Are you a Halloweenie? Would you like to play a game? I thought I would go live and smoke a joint without my voice changing on. Now you guys can hear what my voice really sounds like. What's up, Mega? What's up, Wild? Cab? That was pretty cool, Cab. I don't have much to say. Hey, smoke weed every day. I was fucking bored, and I remember it was Halloween, and I was like, why not go live? Trick or treat, motherfucker. E-bike Eddie. Are you gonna decorate your e-bike like a haunted house style and go cruising around with little lights on it? And state patrol ain't no joke. Oh, you're working on it. Yeah, that'd be cool. Build one up. Put a motor on the front wheel and the back wheel. fucking roll this joint way too tight. Damn it. It's fucking PKR's fault. Fucking joint's too tight. It's fucking raining outside. That's gotta be Nuggie's fault. How many people still take their kids out trick or treating? How many people still do that shit? Our town's fucking weird. They just fucking dictate, like, oh, we're gonna do it trick or treating in town this day, and they do it fucking that day. And so it's like, if I owned a business and I wanted to do trick or treating on fucking Halloween, I would do trick or treaters on fucking Halloween. You ain't gonna tell me when to fucking. So like my area's done with Halloween. Everybody's took their shit down. Fucking Walmart's pretty much cleaned out. They got Christmas and fucking Thanksgiving shit in there already. The town does their stupid little trunk or treat thing, and then it's over. And they did it like 2 or 3 days. No, they did it last weekend. Yeah, they did it Saturday. Not Saturday. Like, what the fuck? That's not Halloween. I remember going out Halloween night and being out late, fucking dragging ass the next day in school. I mean, that's just part of it. Like go to a parking lot and trick or treat somebody's car. That's just weird. Decorate the trunk of your car. You come and we'll give you candy, yeah? Like, I don't want nothing out of the trunk of your car. Like, what the fuck? You're supposed to go to fucking strangers' cars, but we tell the kids don't go to their car when they tell you they got candy for you. But then there's one day a week where we tell them it's okay to go to a stranger's car to get candy out of it. Like, what the fuck are we trying to do here? Kind of sending mixed signals. Like, you got a map. Fuck that. You gotta go search that shit out. You gotta go find the houses. You know where the right neighborhoods are. You gotta go beat feet. I remember being a kid in a fucking plastic costume with a bullshit fucking plastic mask on. That everywhere you walk around sounding like you're fucking in a trash bag. Walking miles. You earned that fucking candy. Parents earned it too. Walking around along with the kids. That's why you got a fucking percentage. You might as well start a fucking get you one of them little shuttle buses and start you a little fucking service where you just drive up and down the road, and once you get to the house, let the kids out and then load back up, let the kids out. Like, you're gonna make a killing. Just drive up and down the roads. You probably do it with a wagon. 18 degrees, dude. Yeah, it was 70s yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. It's like they really don't want the holiday Halloween, but they still want to make the money off all the candy and all the shit that's sold during Halloween. So it's kind of like a half-ass holiday now. Like, all right, we'll do it, but we're gonna do it in the fucking parking lot, and you're gonna do it out of your car, and you can decorate your trunk. Like, I'm gonna show up one day with a white fucking panel van, no windows in the back, and fucking just creep everybody out. Like, fuck that. Keep the snow. I think it's gonna be a cold winter though. I gotta go start getting some propane. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I told you guys I boofed this last round. Bullshit. Turned out kind of larfy. Only got 354 grams of trimmable shit that I want to trim. I don't trim that little shit. Boofed it. The pound is not always there. Yeah, that'll be right. Oh, I was supposed to weigh it 3 times. Was I supposed to weigh it before I trimmed it? I guess I could have weighed it all together because I ended up with just about as much fucking small buds and you know, sugar leaf and shit as I did bud that I kept. Maybe I should have said it was double. Maybe it's no. Should I say 708 grams? No. That doesn't make sense. I should, yeah, I should have waited before I tried it and all of it at once, right? Shit, I probably had 3 pounds or something. I know what I did to make it the way it is. I got lazy. I got lazy. I won't do that again. I would tell everybody what I did, but I don't feel like breaking up the whiteboard. Yeah. let's just say with peat-based medium or a soil-based medium, you don't want to rely on butt chugging. You just don't. All I'm going to say. Come on. Anybody want to come up on this fine Halloweenie day? We can do karaoke or something. Do karaoke. I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning this morning, pulling down bucket of rain. Yeah, the StreamYard kills my battery too. I always got it on the charger. What you gotta do with your phone is you gotta open it up in Chrome. If you open it up in Chrome, it doesn't kill your battery as bad. But I think the best one I've seen that doesn't kill my battery so quick is Zoom. Zoom does pretty good. Yeah, Zoom is another thing, kind of like StreamYard. You can stream your shit through it. I don't know if you have to use OBS with that one or not, but I've been on other people's Zoom fucking stream. My battery didn't die near as much. I got me some more Clonex solution yesterday. With some good baby food for your seedlings and your clones. Clonex solution for the babies. Good shit. Yeah, I remember Skype. Skype was alright. There was also Line App. Line App. I used Line App before. Oh, that's not cloning gel. That's just baby food. This is solutions. Which has got, it's got 1% nitrogen. It's got 0.6% phos, yeah, yeah, phosphorus. Then it's got 1% potash. It's got calcium. It's got magnesium, sulfur, boron, cobalt, copper, iron, manganese, zinc. It's got all the stuff for the little babies. It's got 0.01% vitamin B. So I mean, I guess you could technically call that a growth hormone, right? Because I think that's the same thing as super thrive. Super low feeding. This is a What is it? What's your number? 10.61. It's for roots, basically. It's babies. Babies. But that's your cow bag. That's everything that you need for your youngins. For the youngins. Yeah, that's got everything you need in it before you transplant. That first transplant. I have hard water. My water's pretty soft. My fingers like go right through it. Like, it's not very hard. I'm just kidding. Mine's only at 230 parts per minute. That water. Oh, fuck that. You guys keep all that snow shit. Stop it. Fuck that. Mikey. I didn't see Mikey. I just lost art. Still don't have a fucking. Oh, there it is. Clonex solution for the wind, baby. It's great for the cloner. It's great for cubes. It's great for when they're in cups. You really want to baby them. It's cheap, really. That bottle right there is like 25 bucks. Like I say, when you first getting started, that's all they need. It's got the cow bag and everything. And you only use 5 to 10 mils a gallon. Obviously, if people truly don't understand what that means, when you first start giving it to them, when they're really little, you would use 5. Once they're bigger on that stage, and it's like, man, I really need to fucking transplant this, then you would be giving them the 10. That doesn't mean you get to decide when they're really little to give them 5 or 10. That means on the beginning stage is 5. At the very end of that stage, it should be 10. Some people are like, well, I usually give them about 7. 7 what? Like from the start? Like, why not just go off of what the bottle tells you? Like, start out low, and be at the max at the end. Like, I I don't know. I've always just got the Clonex. There is another kind that I'm going to try. I'll have to ask ADHD what that is again. There's a new gel stuff out. It's got a really cool fucking tip that's on the bottle that makes it easy to, yeah, to use it. Check. I'll probably buy that next time. But I normally went with Clonex just because it worked. I used it, it worked. So, but I used the Foop stuff before. I've used the Hormex stuff. I've used the different Walmart powdered stuff. I've used aloe vera. It all works. Some might go a little bit quicker than using the other stuff. But you gotta remember with the fucking healthy cutting, it's gonna root. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. No, you don't. It just accelerates the process. I started focusing more on like root health, the best roots, like, because if the root health, and you can gradually work the stage, and you're gonna have great plants. It's like a person, right? If your inner self, your core inner self that nobody sees, it's just fucked up, off balance. You're fucking mentally just fucked up, but you're probably gonna be that way, like in the way you do things in life, right? Like, so if you can center that and you can ground yourself and you can, you know, manage good health within, it'll reflect out in other things that you do. Same with the plant. You don't ever see the roots. Like, but if you have the best healthy roots, the healthiest shit inside the plant, you're gonna just have good plants. I got sick and wasn't taking care of shit. I let shit kind of go. But I still got shit going. You always have shit going. I used to just wing it though. That wasn't. I'd rather waste a little bit of time, a few days or something, to focus on my plan that I got going forward, rather than being like, oh shit, now what am I gonna do? And you just grab the fucking whatever you got right there, and and then you go into it, and you get halfway through, and you're like, God, I wish I would have just waited 3 days, and I could have did this, and you know, fucking 7 different strains cloning right now. Fucking rebuild. Got sick. Things that were supposed to go into flower just got neglected. They ended up getting thrown away. Like, no one to fold them. I took a few clones of Ben and Gary. Fuck, when I cut those things, they smell so good. I'm excited about that pheno. Because that one pheno just smelled really good. The other one, I mean, it was alright, but nothing like. Well, the thing is you always want to keep 4 strains around, right? And as you find the ones that you like that are better, as you move on to that fifth, then you'll either keep the fifth or you'll get rid of one of the other 4 to replace the 4. Until you get to a point where you're like, no, these 4 right here are my shit. Because 4, you should be able to cycle through fairly good to where you're not like completely tired of it. But that's where the autoflower comes in, right? That's where you throw the autoflower in, and you get that little change up in between. I'm starting to understand the, the place. Yeah, it's just kind of expensive to get into it. I mean, I'm going to do tissue culture eventually, but it'll be a time where I want to build a little spot, at least a small little spot that's I could build just for doing that. Because I figure if I'm going to do it, it's got to be the point of doing it is to get the best of the best. So I don't know. I'm going to be really anal about that little section. But again, though, when you're selecting your keepers, you got to make sure you at least grow them a couple times to make sure that because you might grow it the first time and it's and then you grow it again and you're like, oh shit, I'm glad I grew that the second time. That fucking shit was a bomb. And then you decide like, but is it worth keeping in the rotation? Like, maybe, maybe not. Yeah, yeah. You need your own little spot. I mean, something that's not by the rest of the grow, like something that even if you brought somebody in to show them some plants, there's no way they're gonna ever be close to having access to where you do any of your tissue culture, and like it's just its own fucking sterile spot. You get the best results if you get to start getting the best results. That's when maybe you start doing it for other people. It's science shit and science. I've grown critical mass. I really enjoy critical mass. Yeah, yeah. See, that's definitely one that you would keep until you find something better. Like, and you go through when you do your fifth one, you come around and you be like, all right, this one is better, but it's better than this, or it's better than that, or it's not better than any of them. You just, cool, I tried it. I didn't like it. You just move on. The problem I find with rotating, honestly, though, right now, like I said, I got 7 strains right now. And I end up throwing away so much because by the time it's ready to clone shit, I don't need clones. And so I end up, you know, and then it gets to a point where you do clone and then you keep a couple of them to make new moms and then you got to figure out which ones you're going to be flowering next so that way you can clone them and have them ready for the next cycle. But you still might have to do a tray of something else for the other 10, but have to clone these other things. But those clones you're not going to keep because they're not going to be in this rotation, but they still need to be cut because the plant never stops growing. Yeah. I'm probably going to be narrowing mine down though, from 7 to 3 or 4, maybe. We've got to make room for other shit for later. I'll have, other shit. That's why I prefer to just get clones. I don't mind doing clones, getting really good clones, and then passing it around to few people, and then, you know, as long as they're the really good ones, people grow them out, they don't harm, and everybody likes it, and it's good shit, then that's one of them. Make some seeds of it, so that way it doesn't get lost, or be something close to what that is. And the SOP. But Tina's got one. Tina's got a tissue culture. It's just under $2,000, I believe, the last time. I might be able to get it a little bit cheaper because I have a wholesale account with them, but it's still going to be pretty close to that same price. And the wholesale thing is cool because you can get it a few bucks cheaper and stuff. But unless you order a lot and get the free shipping, because you still got to pay shipping. But that's when you order a lot and get the free shipping and stuff. Is when you start saving. Because you always get free shipping on Amazon. So, like, just, the shipping is just going to make it the same price as it would be. But at least you order it from Athena, I guess. No, she creative. I didn't even look, and I said, I bet you that's creative. I looked at the clock. I looked at the time. What up? How was your bike ride the other day?
Oh, good.
Yeah, that shit's cool.
Yeah, I should have not worn my clips, just flat pedals.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fucking the whole another thing. You got to be really skilled on. You have to have a lot of skills on a bike to ride clips everywhere.
Yeah, I wouldn't want clips. I feel like I'd not have as much control.
Well, actually, you have a lot more control, honestly. You just don't have as much control when you're not in control. If that
Right.
makes sense.
I want the control of being uncontrolled. Right.
Yeah, like for instance, if you're riding and you have to be able to put your foot down real quick and you're in a lot of those scenarios, that's not very good.
Yeah, that's me. I like to put my foot down so I don't eat shit.
Yeah, well, when you ride a trail a couple times already, you'll never put your foot down. You'll be able to clear the whole trail no problem. So then putting in clips on trails that you're familiar with, it makes it fun. And you can ride harder and it's less on your feet and your shins. But if you haven't rode it and you have to put your foot down a lot, it's just you're gonna crash a bunch because of the clips.
Well, if I've never rode it, I don't know how much I'm gonna need to put my foot down, right?
So yeah, that's what I did.
Right.
I'm like an idiot. I'll be doing dumb shit like that every now and then.
I don't know. I watched some of that shit, dude, and I think, like, man, if I was really fucking, there's no way. Watching it really stoned in a video is trippy enough, but to be actually fucking doing it, like, I don't know. What a rush. Yeah, if I was younger, that would be a great fucking thing. I don't think I could do that nowadays.
I don't think age has anything to do with it. I think it's lifestyle. So if you became real athletic and started like training athletic right now at your age, you could definitely ride bike for probably another 20 years easy.
Yeah, quit smoking and all that bullshit. Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, right?
It is. Yep, total lifestyle change.
It's not age. There's no way it's age because there's fuckers that are 70 and 80 years old.
I've seen old dudes that were fucking ripped and just great shape that fucking do everything. Like, yeah. What's,
That's what
so what have you been up? What have you been up to?
I'm trimming.
I was just telling everybody, I knew I totally boofed this last run. I only ended up I got under a pound. I got 354 grams. But I knew, and that's just the shit that I trimmed, but I knew it wasn't going to turn out that good. The pound isn't always there.
Yeah, the pound is always there. Yeah, I'll be able to weigh on mine. It's gonna take me about 3-4 days to fucking process all this. It's just so much shit. Like I've been in here since 5 o'clock this morning. It's 3 now. It's 3 hours, and I haven't even put it in. It don't even look like I've done that. And all I'm doing is bucking down branches. You know what I mean? That's all I'm doing. It's bucking all the buds off and lightly, taking all the big leaves off and then separating them in by bud size. So the tops all go in one, and then the mids, and then the lowers, and then the large goes in the trash can. Like here, I'll show you the large right now. Bam. Bunch of little buds on there. I don't even fuck with. You know? Don't even fuck with.
I'll take it once I get like a few pounds of it, and then I'll wash it all. I'll put it in the freezer and then I'll wash it all once I get a few pounds.
I'll do that with my lowers, the lower buds. Because I'll have a lot of the lower buds. If I want to do anything at all, then I can do some of it with that. But mainly, I buck down on the lower buds because I can smoke them before the tops. And then I give the lower buds away to people.
Some of that, there's that fucking shit you just never took off, and it's real small, and it's not even worth trimming, right? Like, but it's still frosty. That shit down there, like just like the sugar beef, it's still frosty.
The lowers are
honestly,
still.
I don't. I put it in the freezer and I forget about it.
Like they're dense, really dense, very frosty. But it's just not. I'd rather smoke the tops.
Well, and I don't want to sit there and trim that shit. You see those guys trimming those little teeny buds, and it's like, I can't trim that shit. Like,
no, I'll buck it off the branch and pull a big leaf off it, but that's it.
Yeah, it just
I don't
goes in
even
the
trim my weed, bro, because I don't. It's not. It stays here, or I give it away. So then, I just break it down as I smoke it, and I'm not going to trim no weed for you.
The first couple pounds, I just gave away to a lady that makes fucking lotions and shit. And the second one, I made hash, and I was like, oh, fuck. The hash was great. Bubble hash, that was really good. And so this time,
right
I was like,
the bubble hash?
Yeah.
With the
bubble bags and the fucking ice water?
Buff cherry?
No, I did it with, what did I do it with? Well, it was a mix, because I just throw it all in the freezer in bags, and then once there's a couple pounds mixed, I don't know. Could be some of this, could be some of that. I think Mikey did. Is Mikey still? I think Mikey did a wash. Mikey did a purple wash.
Yeah, I got a couple strains that are candidates for purple pigment. They're candidates. They don't do it like that fucking buff cherries, but the snowplow number 3, I pressed it. When I pressed it early, it was white and it had purple streaks in it. And then I have the machine. It does some really crazy purple and pink hairs. Like if you put it outside, the hairs will all turn pink, like hot pink. But the bud is like the same color, but the inside of it has a bunch of little pink hues in it, like a little kaleidoscope. But it's only outdoors because of UV, obviously.
But shit, I got some fucking just straggly whatever shit that I threw outside. That flower that was super buff cherry. It's so fucking purple. It looks like grapes. And I think that's just from the cold.
Oh yeah.
I think the cold does it makes it really fucking purple.
Oh yeah. It's colder than fucking here right now. It's 60 degrees. Fucking shivering. That's cold for me, 60.
60's cold for most people. I mean, you wouldn't be wearing shorts and no shirt and shit. 60 degrees. You'd be comfortable enough to be wearing.
Hey, if you were drinking whiskey, you would. You'd be out
Yeah.
there chilling.
Oh, you'd be loving the 60.
Yeah. We're taking fucking big ass dab hits, hot hits. You'd be good. But right now
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
in here with the long sleeve and I'm cold.
Hot hits. You end up fucking sounding like your voice is like mine.
What's that?
Speaking of that, I should take a dab. Dab hit. Halloweenie. For all you Halloweenies. Halloweenie. Halloweenie.
Yeah. A lot of people call it trim jail, but it doesn't really feel like jail. More like trim heaven for me.
Well, for
I
me,
fucking
I'll be honest.
I don't trim. I'm just bucking it down, so it's not that big of a deal, you know.
I'll be honest. For me, I used to call it trim jail, and then it became trim prison. There was just so much trimming, and then now the way I grow, it ain't fucking shit. I'll fucking cut, and I could buck down 10 plants and fuck so quick. You know.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I call it trim heaven because there we go. What you do? Put some Vaseline in a fucking 1 gram container.
Yeah. I got this. I got this from a buddy of ours,
Nice.
a YouTube buddy.
Good
Someone
stuff.
that I met it in real life.
Yeah, that's always fun. I love hanging out with people that I know online too.
It's weird, right? Because you talk to them so long and just voice, and then when you're face to face with them, it's like, dude, I can actually see you.
Yeah, it don't bother me because I'm real social. Anyways,
Oh
I
yeah,
can
I
be
don't.
like I am right now in a big social environment too.
I don't. I don't do shit in real life.
I mean, like what I mean is like I could talk to you right now on here, and then 10 years from now, say I don't talk to you for a solid 10, and then one day I'm out somewhere, and then you're like, hey, and you recognize me because you know what I look like real well because my picture, and then
I said, hey.
I'll be on the same mode with you as I was right here. Still,
No, I think in 10 years you're going to be on a higher level.
no, not like that.
No, I
Like
mean not like a personal thing, but like you know what I mean. You're not going to be the same person you are now because you're
no,
gonna
I
you're
leave
gonna
off
get
with people.
superior. You're gonna get better. I think that you're gonna be one of those ones that you know actually does shit. I really
Oh,
believe that, creative. I do.
oh, that'd be cool.
You're a go getter. You see it, you get it, you go, and I see that with you. So I especially
But
in
you
the
know, it's
industry,
funny
I
that you
think
say
you'll
that.
be.
It's funny you say that because I feel like a lazy person. I feel like I don't put in enough work and that I don't apply myself hard enough and that I'm
You got to
ba-
remember there's people that put in
barely
a hell of a
figuring it
lot
out.
less than you, and so to me you put it. I mean, with the shows and trying to help people. I mean, I totally see it. you were doing those little garden wood shop things, and yeah, I wouldn't surprise me at all if you didn't hear Creative's name bigger, not that far from now,
Well,
for
that's what
sure.
everyone's trying to do, right? Is
Absolutely, you're always trying to improve, right? I mean,
yeah,
that's the name of the game. You're always supposed to be, trying to get to the next level, to the next level. Some people
yeah.
don't care. I don't really care. I don't do shit. But
I
it only affects me. I make sure it doesn't affect nobody else.
I do and I don't care at the same time. Like I've had too many friendships where me and my friends have like I've added a lot of value to a lot of friends. All my friends, since I've been an adult, I've put in a lot of work with all my friends, and I've helped them be a better person from my understanding. And then they do the same types of things. Some people don't do it as much as I do, but some people do it just as much. And because of that scenario, you know what I mean? It's not about. I don't really care about being successful or nothing. I do want to be successful, but I just truly enjoying the process as I go anyways. Like I used to want a lot of shit. I used to be very money hungry, but now I don't really care, but I just keep doing things and then over time, they just
Well,
add up and I understand that things add up. The slow doing little adding more and more and more and more and making small changes as you go over a decade will be a big change in your life.
I don't know what. I don't mean to change it. I don't know what your budget is, old Dutch master, and I don't know what size you're looking for. But like, they make those 2x4. I'm going to tell everybody again. They make the 2x4 party ice trays. They have legs on them and everything. I don't use the legs. I keep it folded up and put it on crates to the size that I want. But two of those is exactly 4x4, and they're really nice if you're doing a room, or like I use it in the 2x4 tent. It's really nice, and it's drains. It's really thick plastic. The sidewalls are like 3 inches tall. I mean, they're going up some now, but I think they're like $108 for a 2x4. But they're durable. They're nice. I mean, I'm able to drain the table if I want, like in the 2x4 tent. Like you don't see drain tables for a 2x4 tent, but that's the little hack. The party ice tables that you see, they fill them up with ice and they throw all the drinks in it for when you're having a barbecue or whatnot.
Yeah.
They're like
What?
$108
How y'all
for a two
doing,
by four.
fellas?
What up, LED? I didn't mean to leave you fucking hanging.
Nah,
I
you good. You all right.
Happy Halloweenie.
Yeah.
Get you.
today's pre-Christmas.
Yeah. This my little 2x2 here.
Oh, there's a 2 by
Pretty
2.
frosty. Yeah. It's just going into week 3.
Is that from seed? Is that a seed plant?
Yeah, it's from seed.
Yeah.
Actually, this is my strain. This is something some seeds that I did back last year. It's purple bud crossed with black cherry apple. But I'll show you what I got going on in my little
Oh,
32 by
I
32.
got you.
Y'all doing all right today?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We're in heaven.
This what I got them, and all these from seeds. This one right here, and this one. Those two are there are skunks.
Yeah.
This girl here is that's a lemon diesel,
You're gonna have to do
and
something with
this one
those.
right here,
You're gonna have to do
and
something
this
with
one.
those back ones. Those back ones. Those tops are gonna. They're gonna. Yeah. Are you been training those tops?
I've been training them. I'm not. I just topped them once, Nuggy. I mean, school, and I'm just gonna go with the 4 posts. I'm not gonna top them no more. But I'm gonna let the
Okay.
centers come up. That I've been keep. I've been keeping them trained out. You know what I mean? So the centers can come on
Yeah,
up a little more.
you gotta just, yeah, you're gonna have to train those out because those centers will always have that low spot in there.
Yeah, I've been training. I've been keeping them trained out.
Are
I've
those,
been keep
those are,
come,
yeah, yeah. I mean, the only other option
I'm
you
on.
could
I'm
do
on.
other than that is, I don't know, gosh. I mean, you probably don't want to do it, but me, if it was me and I was at a point like that, I would go in. You got 4 nice tops, right, on each one. You could clone it down to the second canopy where the center is, and then let all that grow up. Yep,
But
Yeah.
right now, I
Yeah,
was
that
yep.
would
thinking
turn
You
it
about that
clone
because
it
that
then
there.
would turn it
my,
into
my my
a bigger plant.
the only thing is I'm tired of vegging for 65 and 70 days, and I know I'm gonna have to veg
Yeah.
another
Well,
at least
if it's if it's a seed
before
plant,
they
you're just
come
gonna.
all up.
If it's a seed plant, that's just what you're gonna do with the seed. It's the
Yeah,
clones that
I re-
you want. The good clones are what's going to get you to be able to flip a lot faster because they're already mature, and so you can do
Yeah,
everything
you
so
can
much
train it
faster.
earlier.
Yeah, everything's done faster.
Yep. You
With the
just do it
seed,
earlier.
you're going to end up most of the time. You're going to end up with a little bit of a leg. You know, you're going to end up just with a different structure of a plant. You know, that's why that's why I don't ever flower out seed plants anymore. They're always just used for
yeah.
moms.
I mean, usually, you know, I always came from seed and I have come from clones. I was waiting on ADHD, but I don't think he's gonna come through with the clones, man. I've been waiting on him over a month, so
Oh shit.
I'm gonna
You
go.
need.
Ahead, I'm gonna go ahead. My only thing is, I didn't want to do a longer veg. I'm tired of doing longer veggies because it takes me so long. Because I do come from seed, I'm not able to get my hands on clones unless they sent to me. I mean, I even been willing to pay for the shipping and handling, and pay for the
Well,
clone.
I know he's been
I can't.
super busy, but I can get a hold of him today and find out what's going on. See if
I mean,
he's
I
been
offered
super
to pay
busy.
for him, and I offered to pay for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
shipping. He told me he had me, so I mean, I've been waiting over a month. So my thing is, I was just gonna go ahead and flip these, and I was just gonna worry about the main 4 colas or whatever I got in the center. I got in the center, but I got autos going too, because this is an auto, that's an auto, and that's an auto. So I'm not gonna really kind of like too much worry about it. I'm gonna go ahead and get what I can get off of them. But I only been doing this grow here and the last grow. I only did like a 45-day veg.
I know,
But
I
I can show you.
know. I mean,
I'll show you.
if you could,
I can show you how
do a
my look.
whole, if you could, honestly, if you could do a whole run right now, I would do that. And his next round of clones, the stuff he's fixing to work on, is going to be really good.
Okay. Now this plant here, I did with this is a Wicked Genetics cross with Wicked Gas. I was in their little grow off, but that's a little 45-day veg right there, and I did that up under 100-watt light in this 2x2.
Yeah.
So I figured if I can do a 45-day veg, it's not much, but I got 6 plants in there. That'll be fine for me. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, I'm quite sure
I
with the
mean,
training I can get them a little bit better, but it's just been taking me too long to get my harvests out of the way.
yeah.
So that's why I've been doing shorter veggies. I'm not going to try to do the little
Well, and
65
again,
or
like
60, 65 days.
I try to remind everybody that most all your problems are going to happen in veg. So if you can cut your veg time down, whether it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you mean, it's a variable, right? Like every week is another, because it's when you see a problem, it normally is a week amount of time. So every week's another chance of, fucking whatever. Like, and so most problems always happen in veg. For me, it's just easier to kill veg time. Fuck it. I don't need veg time. I'll add a few more plants. And that's the same, like with seeds, it's just going to be harder, I think. But I mean, they're filling in, so.
I mean, I agree with you because it does for them to get mature and decide that you need them. I mean, it takes a lot. It's a lot of training, then it's a lot of pinching and topping, bending and breaking, and everything else.
Well, and
But
again, with the every time you do that, you're like 5 to 7 days out. So if you go through and you bend it all over, give it a hard fucking bend over and pinch all the tops, you're gonna be like probably five,
the
seven
the
days
the
before you
the,
can really
the,
see.
the you and I agree. And the only reason why I won't clone them now because I do have I got the arrow cloner, I got everything, I got root rod plugs, I got the gel and everything that I need to root with to get my clones. But my only problem is now that if I take clones, I won't be finished flowering. I won't have no space or no light to put them under. That's my problem now, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you get good at cloning,
Because
you start cloning
this,
everything,
this,
and then pretty soon you
this,
run
this
out of space.
yeah, see, like I could probably clear out this area here. I got this little area here where I actually probably hang a little 2 foot light. But by the time I actually get finished flowering, they'll be, you know what I mean? They'll be too much out of hand. I'll be like Carl, I'll be doing a Cuban veg, and I don't really want all the legs
Yeah,
on my clones like
that's kind of why you need a space to be able to keep moms and the little shelf to keep your clones on.
yeah.
I used the 4x4 tent for moms, and then the two 2x4 tents for flowering, and then I have a whole rack that I keep the clones on.
But see, since I'm talking with you, and I asked you this last time, I think me and you and ADHD was online when I was asking about the clones. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let this tent here finish out, and I'm gonna use this tent here just for a mom, so I can get me a couple of clones. But I only want the help. I only want the help from you when I'm taking my clones and filling my 32 by 32 up. I want to get a couple of runs like you did. And I want you to work with me a couple of times. And even if I understand I'm not hard headed, I do listen. And if I need to pay for your time and effort, that's fine. I have been listening and paying attention that you are charging because people get hard headed and they don't like to listen, and it's worth your time. I don't mind. I don't have a whole lot of money, but if it's reasonable,
Yeah,
it'll be worth it for me in the
we'll
end.
figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll get you on the right track.
So
That's not
what
a
I'm gonna
problem.
do is go. I'm gonna go ahead and finish out everything I got. Expect this tent here, and then once this tent here finish, then I'll start me a mother plant. That way I could take clones and we'll just go from there. How that sound?
Absolutely. When you're ready to do it, you just let me know, buddy.
Well, more than likely, I'm just gonna shoot for the first of the year,
Yeah,
and that
that's
way
fine.
everything will be good and fresh, and then we could just start from there.
Yeah, that's fine.
I appreciate it. You know, I'm not hard headed. I just want to. I'm like you. I want to do it in a shorter
No,
time, and I want to
you've
get
always
more
listened.
efficient with what I'm doing because it's taking me too long to harvest. I mean, I harvest pretty good, and it lasts me till I get ready to come off again.
Well,
But I want to do it fast.
when you
I
have
want to do it
one
real
area
fast.
that is just dedicated for flowering, the best you're ever going to do is, unless it's a real
And see,
short strain, is
well,
6 harvests a year.
um, and to be honest, I already got me some seedlings up. I got Calvar sent me the lemon space fuel. I got 4 of those already rooted and up pretty good. So I think I might be able to, I could take me one of those and just grow those out to a mother plant.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I would. I mean,
That's exactly what I'm
I would
since
prefer
I
to
already
work
got
with
it.
you if you used one strain. Let's do a monocrop. Okay, so you can see how it all works together. You know what I mean? Trying to do multiple strains all in one chia green style is just difficult.
Right. I
I would
agree.
suggest you pick a strain that you really want to do, and we'll get you enough clones to do that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like if you choose to do that one right there, not a problem. We can grow that up into a mom and get you
That's
25,
exactly what I'm gonna do.
30 clones off
That's
it. You know
exactly
what I
what
mean?
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Since I already got them started and they already up, I'll just
Yep.
keep me one of those and put it in the 2x2 and just use it for a mother plant, and then take my clones off it.
Yeah,
That's what I'll
because
do.
this is going to be easier to do, even in a 32 by 32. Because I already,
Right.
I when we get there, yeah, I got you.
All right. Okay. But this is just what I got going on, man. And I'm using the 315-watt CMH light. So I have enough light. I mean, I have enough lights. That's the biggest light that I have. And then I have the Mars Hydro, the 150-watt light. I have that one. I've been thinking about getting me a bar light. So I don't know. I should be able to get me one here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you'll be all right.
All
That's the
right.
thing. Everything's scalable, and that's and people forget about that. You know what I mean? And depending on what you want to do, like we can do it where we top it once. We can do it where we don't top it at all. We can do it, I mean, however you want to do it. I mean,
Well, only thing I'm gonna say, whatever you suggest for
if
me
you
to
want it the
do
quickest, yeah,
with the space that I'm in, whatever your suggestion is, that's what I want to go with. That's what I'm gonna be comfortable with until I get a handle on it, doing it on my own.
all right,
So whatever you asking me or telling
yeah,
me to do, that's what I want to do. So I know that it'll come off right by me listening and you doing what you're telling me to do. Then once I do that a
yeah,
couple of times, I should be able to go from
yeah,
there. But I want to do
yeah.
exactly what you're telling me to do. I don't want to do
It,
nothing
and it's
different
super,
except for what you're
and
telling
it's
me.
super easy, buddy. It's super easy,
Well,
super easy. Not a problem.
I imagine it is. I've been seeing how I've been looking at your garden, but
Well,
like I
this
said,
is
it's
the
been
thing.
hard for me
This
just
is the thing
getting
that
the clones.
it's really hard to see it until you see it. Once you see it and see how fast it goes, you're like, oh shit, okay, oh my god, because you're not really doing anything different. You're just putting more plants in there, and like the first time I did it, I put a bunch of plants in there. I let it grow like 7 days, and I was looking at the plants, and I was like, "There's no way, this is ridiculous." And I just had faith, and I flipped them into flower, and then it was like after stretch, everything was full, and it was like, "Oh shit, okay." And it's hard for people to see that until they see it. But I think you'll be able to catch on really quick.
All right, all right. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Well, I'm gonna hop down and be in chat, man. I just want to hop up and show you what I had going on, and
Yeah, that's good. I mean, they're seed plants. That's the thing about if you're not always on top of keeping the taller branches straightened down. I mean,
yeah,
you get that. It's hard to keep that center filled in, but that's a seed
it
plant.
is. Yeah, yeah. It's and to be honest, like when I did when these was sent me the clones, man, they took off. So it really does makes a difference coming from clone and seed. It really does.
It does. Yeah, for
Makes a
sure.
bigger difference. Make big difference. So, but
Yeah,
I
whenever
appreciate it,
you're
man, and
ready, buddy.
hopefully you can get me straightened out by the first of the year, and hopefully I can get me a
Yeah,
couple of runs coming from clone. I can start coming from clone because
yeah. Or
that
even
clone has
maybe I'll
my
get a
clone have been
hold of.
sitting there.
Maybe I can get a hold of ADHD if he's got clones that you really want. Maybe there'll be that option. We'll get you clones, and then I'll help you. We'll get you all dialed in and get you doing it the quickest, the most efficient for what you got going on.
Right. That's what I want. So, but like I said, I'm not like most people. Nugget. Me. I've been around a long time,
Oh
and
yeah, 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 yeah,
I
yeah.
re-
You've always been.
until I got comfortable trying to like actually filling my space and really understanding the plants. I didn't really want to try to be doing multiple things like most people do without really learning or understanding how to fill in your space. But now that I know I can fill my space, I feel like I'm a lot comfortable going to the next step by taking clones and running from clones. But I came from seed. I've been running seeds a long time. I have run a few clones, but I really wanted to understand the plant and my training and my watering. And now that I feel comfortable with that, I know I can move on to the next step.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a problem.
But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, Creative,
Yeah.
man.
I'm
You
glad
have a good day, man.
Hey, thanks for jumping up, buddy.
Anytime, man. I'm a lot of times I be in chat, but when I can jump up, man, I'm gonna jump up because I love listening to you. Creative too, man. I love listening to both of y'all. Both of y'all got a lot of information, man. All you got to do is just listen and slowly apply it. You know what I mean? It really isn't hard if you just listen and just take your time.
Well, it's just basic. The only information I'm going to tell somebody, if you want to do extra fancy stuff after you learn to grow, then do all that. But the stuff I'm going to tell is only just basics. Learn to
Yeah,
use your equipment a
yeah,
little bit, learn how to water your
yeah.
plant. I mean, it's going to be huge. It's huge.
Yeah, because if you don't know how to use the equipment and train the plant and all those things, nothing else really matters. I don't care what you do. If you don't know how to use your light or fill your space and train a plant and not overwater it or underwater, then the basics, like you say, you're lost. You're lost in the beginning. It's gonna be a no call.
I fucking still do it. I kind of boofed this last run, and I mean, once they get sick and you notice something's wrong, I mean, you gotta fucking everything's gotta wind down more. You gotta turn the light down. You gotta stop feeding them as much. And then you're never gonna get what you once were going to get. You can't just come back from that. You gotta fucking just pedal your way through, finish, get done, get that shit out of there, get the next shit in. Don't worry about it. Just don't sweat it. Just get it in, get it out. I mean, shit happens.
It does, but then again, like you say, when you come from the place where you come from as growing and the knowledge that you have gained within these last, throughout the years, it's always quicker for you to get rid of sick, dead plants and to start over than it is to try to fix what you got going on.
Absolutely.
See, that's the understanding. But see, that's a place where you done accepted and done grew and learned that it's a lot easier for me to just throw these away and just start over.
Well,
Because
that's
it's gonna
part
be
of
a
being
lot
able
cheaper.
to see it,
It's a lot
right?
cheaper to start. I mean, it hurts when it hurts and fucks with you when you got to throw away 4 or 5 plants. But at the end of the day, it's always gonna be cheaper to start over than it is to try to fix what you got going on.
I mean,
And that's the
and
place. I gotta admit, it took me a minute to get to the point to where to the place to where I can throw my plants away and just start over, because I feel it took me a long time. I'm like, man, I'd rather just try to fix these than to start over. I ain't got time to be throwing money out the door. But at the same time, when you're trying to fix something and you got to add more nutrients and you're still burning up lights, and then at the end of the day, when you get ready to harvest, ain't really nothing there, then you be mad with yourself that you finished it out. So I mean, you just come out better by just starting over. It's a lot easier.
That's exactly how I started. I'm not even gonna lie. Every time I had a plant that didn't look like something was wrong with it, I threw it away. From my first grow all the way till right now, there's been only a couple times I've actually grown a plant out where I shouldn't have, because I kill them before then, no matter what. Because I always have plants that are healthy. It makes no sense to grow anything but the good ones, so I just get rid of those, because it's just like, this ain't even worth the flower, because I'm trying to get good flower, and I'm going to go through this whole process with this plant. It might not be good, so it's not even worth it. I had that idea from the gate, luckily.
But
got lucky.
But just like schools just said, I mean, like, you might be able to get that plant to straighten out, but it'll never produce like it should have, because it end up having
it
problems.
never will.
No, it never does. It just doesn't come back like that. And so what happens, like when you're in veg and you have major issues and then you do a recovery, the plant looks really good and everything, but you got to remember it's an annual plant. So it's going to be ready to die at some point, or start going to that point of time, because that's what the life of the plant does. So once you have a plant that's 5-6 months old, whether it was a healthy plant, you used it as a bomb, or it was a sick plant, you got it to recover, no matter what, you're going to get to a point where, to me, I call it the plants just spin. It's spin out, it's getting ready to where they like, I'm supposed to die, like, and it just gets harder to keep a plant super healthy like that. 6 months, 7, 8 months old, they just start getting woody, and they just start getting, like.
Yeah, you want to grow them quick.
That's just like that. That's just like revegging a plant. Like I done had plants to where they end up being really good, and I didn't take clones off of it. Does it bother me that I don't have it around? Yeah, but I rather try to. It's hard trying to find that one pheno that you really like once you find it, especially if you don't take clones. But
Oh, yeah.
revegging a plant, I don't see the purpose of revegging a plant.
Well, if you re-veg a plant, that plant will end up growing perfectly fine after a length of time. It'll start to express itself normally. You clone where it starts to express itself normally, and that plant is brand new again, and that re-veg has nothing to do with what it's doing now. You know what I mean?
I know,
Like,
but by the time, how to re-veg a plant is that process takes what? About how long it takes to re-veg?
Depends on the plant and the grower. If
Yeah.
everything's perfect, it'll be fairly quick. It won't take too long. But if everything's slow, it might be fucking a month. Month and a half. It just depends on everyone's environment. Every circumstance is a little different. Like I see people re-veg plants outside, and those things fucking turn around quick. Or people re-veg plants that are like big indoors, they turn around quick. Then I've seen people re-veg little bitty plants inside with a little bit of light, and it's like a month later, the plant barely is starting to come back. So
some of them I see re-vegging these plants. It take longer than 30 days.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it should be like, for me, I've re-vegged a couple of plants, and every time I've done it, it was like a couple of weeks. The plant starts growing these weird ass looking leaves, and then a couple weeks away from that, it's pushing its brand new regular leaves again. And you're about a full month away. I'm ready to clone the new top and throw the whole root ball.
Yeah, I always figure 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah, it ain't very long.
But I mean, that's almost a flower cycle.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're like,
it doesn't require any resources neither, though. Like that plant.
You should have already had clones. You should have already had clones of that, and realistically, you could have had them in flower by the time you're ready to take. That's why I always think for me, it's a time thing. Can you do it? Sure, you can. And I've done it, and I've grown really nice. I mean, you get nice structure. The node spacing is usually really nice and stacked on a re-veg plant. It just takes so much time to put into one plant.
Yeah.
And you could have just cloned it.
So it's way easier just to clone it. You know what I mean?
Even if you gotta throw it away later because you don't like it. Like
because it's not very much resources or time to fuck with that clone and then pot it into a tiny little bitty pot and let it chill underneath a small amount of light in a cooler temperature. It's just gonna chill, and it only require you every few days, maybe 3, 4, 5 days. And as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, it may be every 2 or 3 days, and then you just reset it to where you're not having to fuck with it every day, and you're still in a small little pot, and that plant will be very healthy because you're not pushing it with a lot of light. You're not pushing it with the environment being hot and dry.
Yeah, and again, just because you took it and it rooted doesn't mean you need to keep it. Keep the best clones that you want to keep and get rid of the rest. I mean, you don't have to keep everything.
Yeah, if you take
some people are like, oh, my plant count's only 6, and I'm like, so take 10. So that way, when you grow them all out, and a few of them aren't the best ones, you get rid of those ones. Keep the 6 best. I like my odds better.
Yeah, if anything happens to the clones, I'm throwing the clones away, and then I'll prep the plant uh, ahead of time again and go for it again. Because it just takes so long for a clone that kind of had a few issues to grow into a full healthy plant over a clone that was perfectly healthy all the way, until you flip. Like, it's way faster if it doesn't have any type of recovery at all. Like
but
every day it's growing.
if you get a good root system, even I don't want to say it, but even if it looks like it has a little issues with the fucking good root system coming in the clone, fuck man, it's amazing how fast a clone grows. I would much rather do a clone any day of the week. And I mean, and that just might be me. I'm just not that good at growing seeds, They just take a long time to grow. I mean,
No, I
It
grow
does.
I grow
It
seeds
does.
multiple times a year. 3 to 4 times a year I grow seeds, and every year so far. And I quit. Well, the last 2 years I haven't grown seeds out in the flower because I clone them first before I flower them. So I grow them as a clone.
I don't mind coming from seed. I just want to, I want to be able to come from clones, get me two good clones runs while my new beans are sprouting, and then
So
I want to transition back and forth like that.
okay, so so for instance, some plants from seed will grow a certain way, and then when you clone them, they're a little bit different because of the way you grow. You know what I mean?
look at
So
this,
like,
my first ever Autoflower.
that thing's gonna die any minute now.
Oh, that's a nice start right there. That's a nice start.
Yeah, it's about 3 days away from dying.
No, it ain't. I tell you what though, he can actually cut that top. Right now is the best
top
time
it.
to top that plant school. Right now is the best time to top it.
He said, "Let me top this thing."
Now watch how it take off. See, he catching it at the right time. He caught it right at the peak because he only got maybe like a couple of more weeks. Now that'll extend the veg time maybe about another 7 to 8 days for that because it's an autoflower. But in the next 2 or 3 weeks, watch, you'll start seeing white pistils. But that'll be a nice plant.
Hell yeah.
I never did an Autoflower. I always thought it was pointless, but I started finding actually the right times to do it. Shit.
Yeah, they're not necessarily pointless. They're just they don't fit into a lot of different programs.
All I can say, Autoflowers like a lot of light, and like he understands his water. So long as he don't overwater and mess up the roots, he'll be able to grow his autos just like he do photos. I promise you. It's just the timing when you get it, when you do everything. It's the timing when you do it.
The only thing that sucks is if it just happens to be one of those weeds that just hits your body, like tickles your sweet spot, makes you happy as fuck while you're smoking it, and you love the taste. You'll never see that bitch again. It's over with. That was a one night stand.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's where I feel the Autoflowers come in.
That's
right?
it.
You have your normal strains that you always clone, you always grow out, you always do that shit. And then when those times come up that you have a space that's gonna be free for a little bit, you throw in an auto. Like
one night stand.
And then you get something different from what you're normally growing, and I had a space. So I had a space available, so
no, I get it. I see how it fits in. I understand it completely.
Yeah, I mean, autos are not bad, man. And in between time, you know what I mean? Because they like a 90, most of them are good 90-day or 65-day, 75-day plants. You're always getting a harvest in between your clone run or your photo run. So,
all right, let's
you're always able to harvest.
Let's theorize that you grow enough as a home grower to where you don't need. There's no you don't need any weed in between harvest. You're actually weed rich. And then
Yeah, but if you got the
let's theorize that you have grown for a while and you have all the selections. Say you have like 14 plants that you selected. There's no place for an autoflower for a grower like that. You have 14 things that are keepers, and you grow too much weed in between. So autoflowers don't fit for a lot of good growers, in my opinion. I think people who grow a lot of weed, they're just not going to grow an autoflower because it just doesn't even make sense. But if you're a smaller home grower, 100% autoflowers become a necessity, so you can have different kinds of weed, so you can have weed in between your runs. You know what I mean? Like the tent. Like if all I have is a 4x4 tent, there's no fucking way I'd have enough weed.
Okay, so look, if I have, say, I want to kill off the moms that I have, I take clones from all those, right? So then I have clones of all this stuff. I kill off all the moms, get those out of the tent, and then now I'm going to use those clones. I'm going to go into cups. I'm going to train them in, to be bushes in the cups before I ever put them into a bigger pot and put them back in the tent again. So that whole time, there's space available. I'm like, fuck. While I'm waiting, while I'm building new moms.
So what if you took clones before then and set them up to where the time when you cut your plants down, those other plants are ready to go in there already. You already prepped them. You know what I mean? Where you don't even have, there's no room for autoflowers.
You could have your moms already done that quick, but
yeah, you
sometimes
can.
Like for me with two tents, with the two small tents, I don't need that many plants.
Yeah, no. Look,
if
so
you're
you have a mother
14,
area, right?
I got 7 strains right now.
Yeah, so you have a mother area, right?
It takes up space. Yeah.
So then your mother area, where whatever you're gonna grow in your flower tent next, you cut the amount of cuts that you're gonna have. You prep them, you train them, and then when you're cutting your flower tent down, in your mother space, you should have vegged out plants ready to be split in your flower room. And that's how
the way I do it is they don't even go in the mother tent at all because they come straight out of the cubes or the turbo cloner right into 1 gallons and then go right into the flower tent, veg for like 7 to 10 days and then flip.
Okay.
So, but like I'm talking just when I'm cleaning out, or I'm like, all right, I'm gonna make some new moms. I'm gonna fucking clean out these ones. They're getting kind of old. I'll cut the best ones off them, shit can the moms, and while the shit's in the cloner or the whatever, I usually got space. By the time I can do an autoflower in the time it takes to root those, put them in cups, train them out good, and put them in, where I need to put them back in the tent. Shit, I could stretch that out.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. My mother's space, I would veg them out in there, and then as soon as the tent was done, literally when the plants are done drying that day, when I pulled those plants out, I totally cleaned the tent, and when it dries out, the tent dries from being clean, then I put those plants in there that day, the next day, or the day after. I'm able to flip because I have no veg time. I'm just being lazy with the flip.
Well, that's why I've been doing cubes a lot more to do clones lately too, because it delays the process. I could do it a little bit slower. The turbo cloner is too quick. You're like, fuck, I got to do something. Like, at least you can buy a few days or so out of the plugs.
Yeah.
You don't get near the root mass though.
I'm not trying to argue against autoflowers. I'm just saying that if you have an assortment of plants and you have a secondary space, and the secondary space is big enough to moderately veg out those plants for your flower space, you're always in a position to always be flowering all the time with photos. Where
yeah. Well, that's where I'm at. There's a lot of times I could eat the way I do it, with the quick flip. There's a lot of times I have enough to fill both tents. That's why I'm like, fuck, I wish I had another 2x4. And I could fill another 2x4. So I end up throwing plants away.
Yeah. Yeah, I like autos though. Autos are cool.
I've never grown them. I figured I had a space back in the tent.
They're cool. It just depends on what you're up to in your garden. like your goals in your garden. You know, like
I think I did like 3 seeds, and I got another one in there, but it didn't grow. It's still really small. I don't think it's gonna. I don't know what.
gotta clone it.
Oh, fuck that. If it don't do something before, I mean, the other ones, you see how big the other one is. It's maybe half that size, if that.
Bro, I've been planting seeds, and I let them grow up just tall enough where I can chop the whole plant down, and that's the clone. Then I fucking let it clone up, and it
Well,
will
and
start
that's
to grow different after it roots. But
yeah.
like
Well,
it's
and the plant or the stem's really thick too. So
yeah,
the fucking the roots that come out are really thick. They
yeah, it
come
works
out
really
really
good. They
fucking
root real
chunky.
quick.
Oh, they do. Yeah, that's
Brand new
probably the
seed.
best apical top. You know.
The whole plant, yeah. I didn't at first. I wasn't doing that because I was scared to lose the plant, but now I don't really care if it makes it or not.
Well, I've done that so many times. Like I had plants in cups, and you're like, "Fuck, I can't. I gotta transplant this. I gotta do something." And you never topped it or nothing yet. You just go in, and then you're like, "Ah, fuck, I'll take a really nice clone off it." You just cut the fucking plant right in half, take a nice clone, and throw the rest away. You know,
Yeah. Yep.
you
It's
keep the string, and
I've talked to a
you
handful of
basically
people
reap that.
who grow commercially, literally a handful of people, and they all of them agree that resetting your mothers really quick, small plant, is really good, and there's no potential to change how that plant expresses itself by
No,
doing that. It's going to be fun. It's not going to, like what Matthew Gates was talking about, priming the plant. Like you can prime a plant to be a little different by the way you grow. But if you're just cloning the plant over and over again, that's nothing there is going to change the plant genetically unless you catch a viroid or virus.
right,
So
because
then,
that's the whole point of cloning, right?
yeah, because it never matters the size of the clone. It's always going to root and turn into a full expression of that plant if it becomes healthy. So then technically you can root from anywhere on the plant, anytime, any size. It doesn't make sense necessarily to do that, but it can happen. And you know what I mean? So there's just a
Yeah,
lot of people don't think
absolutely. I
about
mean,
that.
you can clone from any part of the planet. I just always try, like I've said before, I always
I
try
clone from
to
the
think
top.
about like when I'm going to train a plant. There's a lot of times people are like they'll let the plant grow way up
That's
before
like,
they start popping it or anything, and then you end up having to strip a lot of the bottom stuff off because it's never going to make it to the top, right? Like I want to catch
yeah,
it all. Like once I get that fourth, the 2 sets of branches, like I know that's where they're going to be. I like to take that top so I can keep and then get the 2 on the top. So then I end up with 6 really super early and build off of that and be
yeah.
short and squatty. Then,
So I go off the inches. Like, so when the plant is literally 6 inches tall, I don't care how many nodes it has. It's about to get topped. So then if the plant has 2 nodes, I'm going to top it all the way down to the first node. If a plant has 7 nodes when it's 6 inches tall, I'm going to top the very top. So then plants that are shorter are going to have a bigger structure right out the gate for me, the way I top. And then plants that are going to be really scraggly, I stop them from growing tall because I continue to top them in each node after that first topping. And it turns into like a cage of branches, and then you have a whole bunch of equal
yeah,
top.
you have to, but you have to. People don't understand. You gotta be on top of that and do that.
Yeah, those
When you
fast
plant,
plants.
you gotta try to get it done as quick as possible because that's once you pinch that top or you take that top, it'll make those side branches start growing up. And so you see
Yeah,
these people with super long legs, and they're like, I'm not getting no branches. And you're like, man, you should have fucking, even if you don't start getting some branches coming out, if you pinch that little fucking top there, those branches will start shooting out. They have no option.
yeah, like those, a fast, really fast, long internodal
Yeah,
plant from
yeah,
seed. If you literally every node start to pinch off the tops of every branch, doesn't matter what the size of the branch is, that plant will start to change, and it will become it won't grow so fast. They'll quit doing that, and it will start to like turn into a bush, sort of. You can change some of those plants by topping aggressively or by high stress training. So like if you got the thicker branches, if you bend them over and create a knuckle in them, continue to do that to the thicker branches, the smaller branches of those fast growing plants will start to come in. And then you can make those more hardy by pinching them, creating a knuckle in them, and then topping the bigger branches so that all the branches become equal in size, right? Because the size of the diameter, the actual, the circle, how big and thick it is really important when you're going in a flower. If you only have like 3 really thick branches and then you have 19 mediocre sized branches, you're not going to have the same size buds in your bag. They're going to be different size buds because you're going to have some really big buds and then you're going to have moderately sized buds.
Well, and those little branches will never hold nothing substantial, and they know it. The plant knows it, right? The plant knows, like, hey, this is wimpy over here, so take her easy.
Yes.
But early, so you don't end up with that. And you got to do it if you're gonna end up bending it over when you go into flowering. That's just how you got to start training the plant early, because if you don't get the center filled in, yeah, it just doesn't. You bend everything over later on, you end up with a hole in the center. You end up with
and
and we've all done it. We've all seen it. That's why when you say it, everybody snickers and they kind of laugh because I call it the glory hole, but it's also because we've done it. We've all done it. Like, and if you do that early enough, you get those branches down below to grow up and fill the centers, and you never ever have to strip those off later. All those branches that you normally strip off, they come up the center.
This is why originally I liked the one of the reasons, because my training wasn't correct yet, the net. So the net, I was able to take plants where you open it up and you'd have a glory hole normally, and I was squishing the net down even harder on them. I would take some of the middle branches and bring them in and curve them like an S to where they're taking up the middle glory hole, and then the branches that were farther out, I would pancake them even farther out. And what would happen is I would lose the potential for colas on some of those branches, and there would be huge separation.
That's what happens. Right?
Yeah, a lot of people do that by mistake, and they don't realize that they were too late to the party, and their training efforts were just late. You didn't do it at
the you could have did it 2 weeks ago, and then those side branches that are not going to be colas now, they're just automatically they're going to go to the light, so they're going to grow up. But if they don't grow up enough to get 3 or 4 nodes on it, it's never going to be a stack cola in the end.
Yeah, it's gonna have separation. It's gonna have big separation.
It's just going to be that 50-cent piece bud there.
Yeah, but I mean, it's everyone learns. I had to learn.
I mean,
I had to figure it out. Well, I mean, I was learning, but my main thing, my biggest hurdle as a grower so far, I've been growing this time about 5 years straight. Every day, I have not had a day off, and it was light. The amount of light, I wasn't putting enough light on my plants. No matter what, never as a grower did I ever put enough light on my plants. And I'm just now getting into where I might be able to find the top of how much light I can push. So I've never been that grower to ever burn my plants with light. I've never had that happen. I've never done any of that. Where a lot of people have said their tops are fucked up. My tops are good because I've never burned them. I've just underlit my fucking plant.
I'll be honest with you, it doesn't happen. That's the secret. You're not gonna. What's gonna happen is what normally happens is
just get fat yields and frosty buds.
We fuck up the roots in the plant, and then everything that we do to the plant, thinking that we're gonna make it better, we make it worse. Because again, you're pumping light to the plant. As soon as it gets sick, if you don't turn that light down, all it's gonna do is make the sickness worse quicker. Like. And the same thing, you think, I need more food, and it's a root issue, and you pound it with food. Well, now what happens when you fix the roots? You spent that time to go ahead and recover and fix the roots. But now you got so much food in the soil or whatever your medium is that once the roots can't start eating again because the feeder roots are back, they're going to get burnt again. And you're going to be like, oh shit, look, now I got pH lockout. And
So
then, you just chase the problem.
Let's quote the all famous Bruce Bugsby. Bruce Bugsby said to Scotty Reel on the Dude Grow Show's YouTube channel when they did an interview recently. It was his newest interview that I know of on YouTube, Bruce Bugsby with Scotty Reel and Dude Grow Show. He said, Scotty said that his plants kind of got burnt up a little bit because he took Bruce Bugsby's recommendation for the amount of light that plants can take. And Bruce Bugsby said the only reason why that would happen is because the plants didn't have enough access, not enough resources to water. The plants couldn't cool off quick enough under that amount of light. There's really no amount of light when you match the CO2 that the plants will really not be able to grow in CO2 or with cannabis. Is what he was saying. They went higher than anyone's ever went before, and they haven't found a limit yet still. So then when people say they get burnt plants, it's only because the plant doesn't have the ability to uptake water and cool itself off appropriately enough in that light, for sure.
And what would be and what would be the issue? What would make them so they couldn't uptake enough?
They don't have a root system that is healthy.
Right. It's the root system. We fuck up the root system. That's always going to be pretty much the number one issue.
Underwatering mainly.
Underwatering. Well, I watch how people water now, though, and I start wondering if they're not doing both. And I only say that because they think they can I only need to add 2 cups of water in a 2-gallon pot. I'll come back day after tomorrow and do it again. And it's like, well, some of the roots are getting wet, but a lot of the roots aren't getting wet. You're not fully saturating, especially if you're in soil. I don't know so much about cocoa, but I would think the medium is the same. Like when you go to water and it's time to water that, you got to think of the things got roots. You got to saturate that whole thing really good and not like dumping a bunch of water in really fast. You make sure you saturate it and it's wet all the way through, and then walk away and come back when it's dry again.
Most certainly, cocoa. I did this experiment myself. I should do a video. Without a plant in a 1 gallon of cocoa, I watered it how you would just like water a plant if you were trying to water it in one event. Like, I'm going to water this real quick, not like real fast, but like just moderately how you would think would be okay. And then I did a really slow watering on another one right next to it. No plant in it, so there's no variable with the plant. And took me probably 3-4 hours to make the runoff happen on the other one. It literally almost held 50% more water when I did it slow. It was a lot of water, and it was obvious how heavy it was. But when it started to finally let go of the water, it let go of a lot of water, and it kept doing that. So it took it a long time to create runoff when I did it slow. So there's something there to think about with how slow you do it too. You might you might be at capacity and you might not get runoff yet because you did it so slow. It's just holding on to more than what you should have in that root zone at the time. But I don't think cocoa can. It's very difficult to do that with cocoa, in my opinion, to oversaturate it. But I think if you watered it too slow every day, it would just be too wet all the time. You know what I mean? Unless the plant was drying it back itself. Like there's like a happy medium to it. Like you don't want to get 100% saturation. You want to get a little bit lower than that, right? Because you still want oxygen present. You still want space for roots to breathe.
Like for soil, that's how you pull oxygen in, right? And when you water, it fucking sucks. You see all the bubbles and shit pulling down into the medium. They're like boop, 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 boop. You see all that, you know.
Yeah, and then with like cocoa, when you're watering the top, that's happening. And then when you get runoff, it's pulling in water through the top of the medium.
Right, you'll see it at the bottom too, right? Right.
Yeah, so you can get, with runoff, you get more oxygen in the root zone. That's why runoff usually is a good idea with like cocoa, is because it just really helps push out the accumulated salts that are in the root zone still, and then it helps get more oxygen into the root zone because the pressure of the water at the bottom of the pot pulling on the pot to let out water is pulling in air through the top of the pot for sure. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like a fucking pump.
That's why, like, I can, with the 1 gallon pots, I go 3 days with the Pro Mix without having to water. On the third day, as soon as the lights come on, bam, I go in and I water. Like, it's a good saturated for 1 day. But 1 day, it's dried out. Not dried out, but it's drying out more and more. And then the third day, bam, it gets hit with water. Like,
Lorax killed it, bro. It's like chronic overwatering. So that's what people have. So when we talk about watering slow, some people are watering really slow and too often at the same time, and it's just fucking creating a saturation point that's too high for the plants in a lot of people's grows.
They're like, I don't overwater. I only give my plant a cup of water a day.
Yeah, that might be overwatering though.
That is, because it's the frequency.
Yeah.
I mean, just because not all the roots are getting wet doesn't, because the water's least resistant. So it's going to find its way down and it's going to follow that trail. So every day it's going to follow that same trail, hit the same roots. Those roots are always going to be wet. All the other roots are going to be dry because nothing's fully saturated, right? I mean, and then, so you're going to end up with dead roots on one side of the plant. You're going to end up with dead roots on the other side of the plant from two different causes. And so now you think you got a pH lockout and you need to add more nitrogen.
Yeah, every time I see, bro, I've been this way since I started growing. I'm not going to lie. Every time I've seen deficiencies or anything like that, I've never associated them to nutrient problems. I've always thought it was over or underwatering for my own garden. So if I seen yellowing on the plant, I didn't think, oh, I need to go up in nutrient. I never thought that. Immediately, right out the gate, my idea was, oh, I might not be watering enough. The roots might be drying out too much and it's causing root damage. And I used to think that from the gate, from the very beginning, because a lot of these people that are trying to explain stuff to people are talking about field saturation. There is a point you can go too high. In different medias, you have different saturation points that are really good for that root zone because of the amount of oxygen that you'll have for the temperature of the root zone. So a lot of people don't even think about none of that stuff. Like if you're in a hotter environment, you know what I mean, and you're not watering very often, then you're going to have less oxygen because it's hotter, and then you have less watering events, so then you have less oxygen to the root zone overall. So if you're in a hotter environment, your frequency, if you go up, will give you more oxygen levels in your root zone because dissolved oxygen, there's not going to be very much oxygen in the water because it's hot. So then you need to keep adding water more frequently so that you have oxygen levels that are okay.
Water. So if people don't know,
cooler water will really help. But if it heats back up though, then it loses its oxygen value because
oxygen holds better in cooler water for people that don't know.
by quite a bit. So like 68-degree water compared to 80-degree water in dissolved oxygen is a pretty good measure. Or 90-degree water compared to 68 or 70-degree water, there's a pretty good difference.
Donald wants it moist.
I test how moisty my cubes are with my lips.
That's
what Laura.
Yeah, you got to suck on your cubes to see when to water.
That's funny.
I mean, there's the thing, the watering, like when people they don't.
Yeah, you got to figure it out for your own environment, though, right? Like your own situations tailored to what you got going on.
It's something to look at for sure. Figure out a way to. I don't suggest going and getting a moisture meter or nothing, but you should be able to tell by the weight. Like when you first
transplant a good idea, why not? I've never used one, but.
Well, I mean, the problem is they're gonna take the meter, they're gonna stick it in this spot over here. It's gonna say, "Ooh, it's dry," and then they're gonna go over here and they're gonna stick it in. They're gonna go, "Ooh, it's moist." They're gonna be like,
Okay.
"Oh, I only need to water this side of the plant." And they're
All right. So what about this? For every 5 gallons of media, you need at least 4 moisture meters.
oh my god, right? Or you need to stick one of the probes in the side of the pot, right? You just shove it in the bag, bucket, and then you suck the moisture and see what it is on one side of the bag and not the other side of the bag.
Oh fuck! Could you imagine a plant killer
Well, that's where
pulling up
those
in a
small
5 gallons
business.
with fucking 8 moisture meters going? I know my shit's right. I'm not overwatering.
That's where those little pieces of equipment like that fuck new growers up, because when they get it, then they start overthinking shit. Oh God, it's this. No,
Yeah,
my soil says this, and it's like,
yeah,
did that meter go all the way to the bottom? Because if the bottom of that pot's still wet, you don't need to water it yet. Like,
yeah. When you first start out, it's hard. When people are first starting out, it's difficult for me to say, "Hey, you need to monitor your pH and your ppms of your runoff when you do runoff. You need to monitor this with every cycle if you can with different plants to make sure something's not going out of whack." You can't tell it to a new grower because it will fuck them up and make them hone in on a whole bunch of shit, and they'll take it too seriously probably, and they'll end up fucking shit up. But
well,
someone who's
that's
already
one of the
comfortable at
easiest.
growing, and every now and then they have issues, here and there, you might be like, hey, if you just check your pH and your ppms, you might find some information there that'll make you fix that problem.
That's like the easiest thing in the world to tell a brand new grower, like, what should I use to grow? I would say, get you some ocean forest. And if you want to use it synthetic, I mean, Simpro would be great, but they're a new grower. They're just trying to figure out how to grow their own wheat because they want to stop buying wheat. So they're probably not going to, maybe they can afford to buy it, but I would
Hey, I
tell them
think
ocean
Simpro is
forest
very
soil,
easy.
and I would tell them the GH trio, fucking bottled nutrients with the CalMag. And
I'm not
those
even gonna
4
lie. I
bottles,
would never
and
recommend anything but something that's all in one anymore. That I've tried all in ones. I would never, because that's been my whole problem this whole time growing.
I've, I've always used GH, and I've always gone back to GH. Like, I usually always go back to GH. It's always been the most simplest shit to do, you
I
know?
used it too. But
And it's
if
available
I took
everywhere.
Simpro or anything like Simpro, say we're not talking about Simpro, we'll just say the powder that's all in one. If I took this powdered all in one and I set it down and I gave somebody instructions, I could literally write it on a yellow post-it note and it would say one thing. If I gave them any other nutrient line I've ever tried or anyone else that I know of, it would be a lot of instructions to be able to keep things in check. You don't need to know anything to grow with an all-in-one like that. It just protects you and gives you a bigger margin of error
I
because it's
don't,
already been thought of for you.
I
You
don't
know what I
wear
mean?
undies, BK. What are you
I
talking
like
about?
all-in-ones. Only
Yeah, I
beans
know. I agree. I
dropping in
mean,
the
I
refried
agree.
beans.
I agree. All in one is great. I just never, I just know that how
You should try
reliable,
one.
because I've
Try
used
something someday.
GH so much with Ocean Forest, and I know how easy that is. That,
Yeah.
I mean, because one, you're not gonna have to fucking feed the plant for a while
But we're talking about
in
a new grower, right? If
fresh
you could
soil.
really think
Yeah,
about it.
Ocean Forest, like every time you water it, you're basically feeding it for a long time. You don't have to use nutrients for a long time.
All right, so what soil could you recommend to a new grower that you don't need to do anything to it whatsoever? You just need to be
Ocean
in the
Forest.
right pot for a whole grow.
Ocean Forest.
All right, so
That's the
then
only one
that's
I
where
would
I'm always
recommend that you.
confused.
But
Everybody
you're
that
gonna,
talks about soil, everyone keeps saying additional things to that first statement, and
you're
it always
probably
confuses me. So, like,
towards the end of flower, you probably will have to add a little bit though.
see, that's what I mean
I
right
mean,
there. Bam. So then what I'm saying is, what if you just went up in pot? You might not need to add anything, right?
that's the thing, and when you get into flower, it's 2 months, so you can't up pot and flower. That's where towards the end you got to start adding shit. Other
All
than
right, but what I mean
CalMag,
is,
I
what's your
mean,
final pot size for the plant in flower, and then just add
okay, what's
50%
your
or
space?
25%.
I mean, what's your space, and how quick do you want to do it, and versus how? I mean, if you want to do like 4 plants in a 4x4,
You see how this is
I
getting
would say
confusing?
I
So
would
with
say a
Simpro,
5 gallons, 3 gallons, 4 of them.
I can just say you can use any grow media. It doesn't matter what you use. Just go off the feed chart, and you're good. if you're using soil that has a low feed chart. So if you're growing in the stuff you're growing, whatever you're talking about, any kind of soil, if you grab that soil, buy a bag of the veg or the bloom, or buy a bag of the bloom of Simpro, and any soil that you use, if you start to see an issue in flower, start adding the soil amount of Simpro, and it will fix the issue literally overnight. Like literally overnight. This has happened to a bunch of people. A bunch of people who are in soil have grabbed some Simpro in flower, and immediately they start to see way big differences. And now that a lot of those guys have actually switched over to cocoa and are using Simpro and cocoa because of how easy it was to just throw the powder in there and not
But
even
it
think
was,
about it.
but it'd be the same. Like even if I suggested somebody get Simpro, they wouldn't like if they used Ocean Force, they wouldn't have to use that until towards the end. You know, like
Yeah,
because
exactly.
I mean that's how easy Ocean Forest is if you water right. That's the thing. Once you learn how to water and you're using Ocean Forest, fuck, man, you could
Perfect.
you can kill it.
Yep.
For me, it was price. Ocean Forest, I have to drive a lot further to get it, and it costs $30 a bag. The guy's a fucking douchebag.
I get it.
So
But if
I
you're
don't.
not worried about, like, we're not talking about rich boy shit, but if you're not worried about money necessarily, and you're a newer grower and you just want to get there the easiest way,
All in one is definitely the way to
there's
go.
paths that are super easy. You know, it's soil,
Absolutely.
all water, or some type of all-in-one that there's no variable for you to think of other than how much do I put in the water, and you
I
don't even
mean,
need to pH it. Never. You never need to pH it. Stuff
is
like
there
that.
any?
You know,
Is there microbes and shit in it?
everything, silica,
Yeah.
all the
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
100% of
So,
anything you could dream of to put in there is in there.
I
That's
mean,
what I'm
if I
saying. Like,
could,
so,
I don't know. The thing for me was the cost. I was
bro, I'd
seriously, I
buy
was
it.
like, fuck, I want to buy it, you know. And I
I'd
went and I
buy
looked,
all
and I was
mine.
like, oh man, to buy 3 different the transition and the veg, the bloom, and I was
Yeah,
like,
it's
yeah,
not. So, like, that's what I'm saying. So, if me and Ism were talking about this. If Ism was like, it's not expensive when you think about everything that's in it. I said, I understand, but there is in reality a place where you can just go buy a bag of Floraflex and it's like under $50 and it's the whole grow in that bag, and you can go through the whole grow. And he was like, yeah, that's true. And I said, so the difference is, do you want to grow in a way where you're protected from root rot? Sure. Okay, well, you got to grow microbes in. You have to have a good, robust microbiology just with the microbes to protect yourself from pathogens. That's a fact. People know that. You can go talk to all the people out here that are very smart and have their PhDs, and this is what they're talking about. So then, in that case, with the cheap Floraflex stuff, you're not going to get that same protection. But if you're a good grower and you're growing in a way where you don't need that protection because of your style, you don't need it, then that's okay. But for a lot of new growers, they need some kind of protection from root rot because they're probably going to overwater, more likely than not. So then you put somebody in cocoa because cocoa is difficult to overwater, and then you give somebody a tool that they can't really fuck up, and then it's difficult to overfeed it. You know, it's difficult to get those type of toxicities that you would see with like drip hydro or general hydroponics or anything.
you guys are goofy.
AI chop, crop GPT.
I just have I made a mixtape, and I just press play every now and again.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, all in one definitely is, and I mean, if you really think of the cost, you got to think of not only is everything in there because that's why it's called an all in one, but the powdered nutrients. Any powdered nutrients usually cost you more because they last a lot longer too. The shelf life on a powdered nutrients will last you longer than a bottle.
yeah. So then to talk about that too, right? Like not even an all-in-one. Say you're not into all-in-ones. You want to use something that's not an all-in-one. Why are you buying any product with water in it? Period. When there's technology to take the very things that are in that water bottle and make it powder. You know what I mean? You're getting fucked as a consumer. You're just not a good purchasing. You don't have a good idea about what's going on with the economy of products in the cannabis area, right? So you shouldn't be buying jugs of water, even if they seem affordable, because if you would find out that company probably makes a powder version of it and it's actually cheaper, and it might have more stuff in it too, which is what's crazy. Like Drip Hydro has a powdered version of their Drip Hydro gallons. There's a lot more nutrient for your money in the powder. What the fuck
Well,
were
they
they
can
doing?
put because it's more stable. They can't stabilize it in a liquid in a bottle. That's why a lot of companies have multiple bottles, because you can't just put it all together in one bottle.
Yeah.
It would never work together like that.
I get that, but in powdered form, you can, because if you're mixing it at every watering event, then you're not going to get that type of fallout unless you're keeping a reservoir of something that has everything in it, which you can't do with stuff that have. You can't give a reservoir of silica, CalMag, and then all your NPKs, your micros, all that. It doesn't work that way. That you're not supposed to do that. You have to water in silica differently than you would your NPKs, because they don't work together usually, and you'll find problems with the silica. Or with calcium, you'll find problems with reactions with calcium to all kinds of things in your tank. So then an all-in-one, you can't mix up and put in a reservoir. It's not even made to do that, because you'll have fallout, and you'll have, over time, stuff will break down and it'll become stanky and all kinds of shit, because there's organic matter in there and everything. So like Simpro, it doesn't fit for everybody, but it fits for people who are going to mix and then water that day. So like if you have a stock tank that you mix ahead of time, then Athena or some kind of powdered nutrient line that doesn't have any organic matter in it at all, or microbes, you could mix in a stock tank. And then when you wanted to do like silica and all that shit, you could mix your silica to a predetermined pH that when you mix it with the water in your stock tank, it will come out to the desired pH. Then you can mix like a 5-gallon bucket with the silica pre-pH to your stock tank and mix it, and then water in every time. That way, it's the silica isn't sitting in there and having reaction. And
Yeah, I mean, I use obviously I use Athena now because I got so much of it for free.
Yeah, no doubt. I got a whole bunch of nutrients too. I got Drip Hydro. I got gallons of Drip Hydro. I got gallons of general hydroponics. I got gallons of Ventana Plant Science. I have thousands of dollars of nutrients that I'll never use, because I found something that I like more than all of them. So if you like Athena more than anything or whatever, and you can get it free, then you're fucking winning. You gotta enjoy what you're doing and like the input you're using. There's not one umbrella fucking nutrient line.
No, but don't get me wrong. Like, if I had the money right now and I didn't have nutrients, or if I had the money right now and I had to buy some nutrients, I would probably definitely buy Simpro, for the fact that
highly recommended.
the all-in-one.
Bro,
honestly, I'm a lazy. Everybody should know by now. I'm really fucking lazy, and that's the thing with the Athena blended line. I do not like is mixing. And when you're in flower, you're mixing 6 bottles, and I just don't. Pour out.
Think about
40 mils
all
of
the
this,
people right now
50
that are using Simpro. Why are they using Simpro? Because we recommended it to them, and then when they tried it, they fell in love with it. There's not a single person in our community right now that hasn't gotten put on game on Simpro from us and not stuck with it and like it. Nobody. They continue to keep buying it. I haven't met one person that hasn't turned into like a Simpro fanboy after using it. So it's not like one of those stupid ass sales things or anything like that. It's legitimately a really good product, regardless of the price. And you don't have to use it, but everyone who's used it likes it so far. And some of them are really good growers. Some of them are moderately good growers. Some of them are, on the lower scale. And everyone unequivocally thinks it's helped their garden, and that it's easier for them to do.
Yeah.
So just think about it. I'm a person that's big into cheap shit. I was buying Drip Hydro because it was cheap. And I went from Drip Hydro, which is super cheap each grow, to Simpro. And I purchased my Simpro still. So then just even someone like me, I don't even have money like that. But I'm willing to invest in that because I enjoy using it and I see the results. You know, not that it's like some blowout over other things, but it's the small things that it does for you that really adds up.
Well, to have everything all in one, and to be able to use just a scoop and some water, like, and you ain't got all this shit you gotta mix up. That in itself, because it's gonna work, because it's fucking nutrients, Like,
Yep. Hey, I
all
like
of it
the
works.
Floraflex. You seen the Floraflex powdered line
Yeah.
or Jax? The Jax powdered line. Anything that's super cheap, powdered lines too. You can do real well, but just any nutrient line you're using, you just got to be careful with the amount of nitrogen that the plant ends up uptaking. So you just got to figure out how to use that nutrient, what is best for you.
Yeah. I mean,
Soil it, dry irrigate it. Yep. Yeah, it's funny. Lorax talks shit. You don't even have clue what he's talking about.
oh yeah, Lorax is being Lorax.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good companies in the cannabis community that deserve respect, and some people just ain't willing to give it, which is kind of crazy. Because there's a lot of fucked up companies. I get it, but we have to have product, and we have to have good companies and people that stand behind that shit to have a good community. Period. You can't hate every fucking company and talk shit on everybody.
No.
I mean, if you do, you can. I guess you can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but
Yeah, you can.
you ain't
But
gonna have very many friends over time.
well, I mean, is your information really relevant to anybody that gives a fuck? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just an opinion, but
Yeah, no, there's a cup, not Lorax, but there's some people on Instagram that I've noticed, bro, they are so mad at every fucking
oh yeah.
company in the community. And I'm like, every time I'm
But
like, I didn't know that about them. And they just get so heated. And I'm like, bro, at some point in time, you got to accept that some of these businesses have to be there for you to have product, bro. Like it's,
well, and that's the thing, right? Like, it's these plant killers always get so mad they gotta blame something on something. It's never them though. It's always whatever company, seed company. It was the nutrient company. It was the light company. It was the my water is shitty and I thought it was good company. Like,
that's why AC Infinity is frustrating, right? Because they're super good at marketing. They're very, very big company, very successful company. They make, they do good at innovating products and then upgrading the product to make the product better. And they do it relatively quickly too. Like from the controller Cloud 9 to the controller 69 to the full UIS integration. It went
did
from
you have
Bluetooth
new
to
one?
Wi-Fi in 1 year. But they people don't need all that shit though. And what
No.
happens is a lot of new growers are attracted to the people that they advertise with, and then everyone thinks they need all the equipment, but you only need all that equipment after you know how to grow. Like to your ability of growing.
That's the thing I always try to tell people. You can do this super simple, and once you start doing it over and over and over,
everywhere.
Then add the shit. Then add the extra shit. Like, okay, it's worth it to have that. Shoot, okay, it's worth it to get up. But until you can do it and do it consistently over and over and over, why spend all that money chasing shit?
Well, I mean, what I think it is people. What happens is that people end up nerding out on products, and they forget to nerd out on the actual the growth and the steps of growing, the actual real steps of what they need to do in their daily life with their fucking garden. You know what I mean? Like they forget about all that, and then they just imagine this whole imaginary la land where this badass grow tin and this badass fucking light and all this is going to make them a good grower.
Let's say you don't have a temperature or humidity gauge in your tent, right?
You don't need
You're going forever, right? And you're looking at your plants, you're like, yeah, this looks good. And then you go and you put one in there. What happens? You look at that thing and you go, oh my God, I'm not in the right range. What the fuck am I doing? And you start fucking with you. Oh, I got to get the right VPD, and I gotta get me a humidifier. I gotta get me this. Gotta get when you were doing just fine until you knew. But once you think you know, it's over.
Yeah.
People don't understand that. Like once you get to all that fancy equipment, you start looking at all these numbers. You start chasing these numbers you think you need to be at. You're going downhill before it even started.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Now when you learn to actually grow a plant and you learn how to water correctly, things like that, things change. Now you're going to be like, oh shit, my numbers were probably right before. Now I'm all fucked up. I need to chase it back the other way. Like, but once you learn to grow and you're growing fucking good plants and you're doing it over and over, you're like, I could probably get me a little monitor that way. I could, be one of the cool kids. Like, and then get you one. And then you're like, oh, cool. And you start realizing you don't need to chase all this fancy shit.
Yeah.
It's cool to have it, have that same name brand tent and light and this and that and be one of the cool kids.
But what happens is you start being that guy that's flashy and not the guy that actually has the skills.
Right, that's right.
Like you got the nice fucking drip fucking Lamborghini and you can drive it on the streets and it blows flames. But if anybody tries to put you on a track, dog, you're wrecking that bitch immediately.
That's the thing, though. They have the nice car, but they don't know how to drive a stick. They don't know how to drive it. Looks good sitting in the driveway when, always wants everybody come over to my house so that way you can see my car. But you can't drive it because you just don't know how. You don't understand it. But you got it. Looks cool. Got that fancy house, didn't know you had a basement because you don't know how to use it.
Hey, have you seen Mick Cannabis Luke? He's on YouTube and IG and all that. He's getting pretty big. But he does these raised beds indoors. He's a new grower. He's been growing like 2 years or something. Bro, totally fills out his space. Does very well. His plants are very healthy. I haven't seen anything bad from him at all. And that's somebody brand new just happened to, figure out the right system, and then they just kill it. You know what I mean? Right out the gate. That doesn't happen very often for some reason in the community.
Because he figured out what worked for him and he stuck to it. He wasn't trying to experiment the whole fucking time he's doing shit. If you're in there experimenting the whole time, you're never gonna get it.
That's what I'm saying. As a new grower, if they can have the steps correct, the right strategy, then what happens is you become a really good grower very fast because you started so high up because you got a successful grow that you don't need to have recovery or any of these different things. You're actually learning about how to perfect your growth style instead of try to recover a plant. So then people who have problems out the gate, they learn a lot as they grow, but the problem is what you're learning actually isn't conducive to having successful growths. You know what I mean?
Well, and they think that learning about how the soil works and how to do that, and like in the beginning, you don't need to know any of that shit.
You just need a lot of water, and then fill the space, and use your light, and then see what you can do next time, and then make major changes that are positive.
I mean, you get your fifth grow in, and you're understanding it because you're seeing it. You're like, okay, I understand what the plant's going to do, when it's going to do it, and and then you can start, get you a little bit better. You want to get an oscillating fan, get you an oscillating, you want to add a little.
So imagine that dude if he grows for 10 years, and where he started. Someday people will be asking him like, "Hey, what's wrong with my plant?" Right here, and he might not know. He might not know what's wrong. He don't know what it's like to grow shitty. He just understands how to get it from beginning to end correctly. You know what I mean?
It works in the opposite, though. It works in the opposite because you'll see the new growers that are doing good, and they start getting better, and you start watching them go, "Oh man, I'm sure glad I got that AC Infinity light. That thing sure did help me out this run." So they start giving all the credit to the equipment And the
Yeah.
nutrient in this, not giving the credit to themselves for becoming a better grower. Like, no, it was you. You're becoming a better grower. It wasn't that new light that you bought.
Yeah.
You're just understanding how it all works better.
Yeah,
Because you'll see that. They'll be like,
light.
oh man, I got that new fan and it sure did make a wonder. And it's like, no, it's your understanding and you're becoming a better grower.
Tell her happy birthday, Butters.
Fuck
Tell her
you,
some
Butters.
random person on the internet said he'll be outside the window tonight. You better keep both eyes open.
Oh, the wife's birthday. Oh.
Yeah, he said I gotta keep sleeping with one eye open. So her birthday's on Halloween.
Yeah, you better. If she's working right now, I'd be taking a nap. I would just stay awake.
Yeah, you better go ahead and take a nap right now and get ready for the all nighter. Figure out a way to make a fucking vortex with your fucking I don't know, crystals, whatever
And
that.
you better have dinner ready when she gets home.
Yeah, and dessert. Getting dessert ready as she's eating dinner.
She's doing dinner. Make it moist.
Yeah, I fucking drove my tire all the way down to the fucking wire, dude. Crazy. I've never done that.
Fuck.
It's not bald though. It's just bald because of the
Wear on one side or something.
yeah, the ain't. I replaced my rack and pinion and all that, the steering rack, and apparently I didn't get the measurements correct, and it needs realigned up front, so it wore my tires out very unevenly.
Yeah, you gotta take it to a bike shop. I think they can do that pretty quick.
A bike shop. Talk about my truck.
Oh, your truck?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that sucks. I hate that.
Yeah, there ain't nothing on my bike I can't fix other than adjusting the wheels.
Well, you'll definitely have to take it into a shop to get fucked. I hate having to do that shit. The shop's never cheap.
Yeah,
but it's cheaper than having to buy tires all the time.
Yeah, most definitely. Dr. Stricombe said, LOL, a rack and pinion on a bike is crazy.
Oh, I didn't. Fuck, I didn't. I knew you got those new forks and shit for your bike. Yeah,
No,
rack and pinion would be sweet on a bike.
only words about a fork would be stanchions or lower, the lowers. Would have, the lower parts, and then you have the stanchions, and then the seals, oil viscosities, and different filament sizes, and fucking all that stuff.
Dr. T catching me not paying attention.
4x4 on a bike is diabolical.
That'd be sweet.
That's a trike. A the whole entire front end on a bike.
I think it'd be cool if they had like a track that you could just kind of like a ski lift. You could sit in, but there's a rack you put your bike on, takes you clear up to the top of the mountain, and then you can ride down. Because I think I'd be dead just to walk up.
Yeah, I haven't been to any ski lift places.
That'd be sweet. You just fucking ride the gondola out fucking to the top, then you ride your bike down. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I can ride anywhere. I have a bike that can ride anywhere. It's a Category 5 bike. There's 5 categories in mountain bike. 5 being you can do anything with it basically.
I got like 2 speeds on my recliner lazy boy.
Oh, I thought they had 3 speeds. What the fuck is that?
We got 2 speeds. They won't sponsor me. Sponsors.
The pound was never there.
Yep, the pound wasn't there. Yeah, you put like a little fucking hooks on the side of the little ski rack and ski seat. You just put your bike on, you sit down in the whole thing, it take you to the top of the mountain, and you ride down. That'd be badass.
I mean, yeah, going downhill is very fun.
You better have good brakes.
Everywhere I go to ride, I'm going uphill to go downhill again.
I always be afraid that like I'd fucking pop a front tire going downhill and just eat shit.
Bro, mountain bike tech is fucking crazy, dog. You ain't gonna worry about nothing. If you got the right
You
equipment,
said
it's
mountain
very rare
bike
to have
tech.
equipment failure. Very rare.
You said mountain bike tech.
Yeah, mountain bike tech is way up there. Like, so for instance, I could get my tire right now weighs I think it's 1,000 grams, both my tires together. They're like a pound to a pound and a half a piece. They're trail casing, so they're exo casing, so they have Kevlar strands at
Oh my
a
god.
certain rate. They go across the entire tire, so they're puncture proof basically. And then they have sealant in them to where I can take a shiv or something and poke a whole bunch of holes in the tire, and it's not going to make my tire go flat at all.
He said he got run flats. We call those
basically.
run flats.
Yep. So then you have downhill tires, which you could have a downhill XO Plus tire for the brand I have, which gives them Kevlar sides, really, really thick, like an 1/8 inch thick material that you can't even hardly puncture with a knife, dude. They're that strong on the side.
2 pound tires.
Because people on downhill bikes are going 50 miles an hour at some of the parks, bro. So, and there's heavier riders. There's 250-pound riders.
Oh,
There's
dude,
a lot of 200-pound riders.
I watched that one video and those people were there. And I thought, oh shit, I thought that lady was gonna step backwards right into you. Like, oh fuck. Like, shit. You could have smacked her in the back of the head on the way by.
2 pounds on the tires. Yeah, the
Get out of the
downhill
fucking-
tires will be 1,600 grams to 1,800 grams a piece. Couple of pounds.
Mountain bike, yeah. Yeah, that's the
And
thing.
A quarter pound of sealant.
Growing weed is so boring, it always ends up onto a different conversation of something else. Because
Yeah. Wild. We've seen people use bike rims as trellises. That sounds disgusting.
oh, that's right. But that one guy was using a barbecue grill too. The hibachi grill thing. Somebody's always got to reinvent the wheel, you know what I mean? Literally.
Yeah, so just think about this. I'm getting 4 new truck tires. They're $109 a piece with tax. My mountain bike tires,
How much?
$109 a piece, each one.
Oh, that's not bad.
Nope. So then, with those, and they're nice, really nice, like mud, all weather tires, and they're the same ones I had on there. They lasted a long time.
Are they 10 ply?
I don't fucking know. They're fucking.
I bought 10
You can go 120 mile an hour with them.
I bought 10 ply for my Suburban, and for all 4, it was like 900 and something.
Jeez, mine were $109 a piece for my truck tires. So then my mountain bike tires are $98 a piece, and they wear out like in 2 months.
Oh fuck! I just ride the mountain bike everywhere.
No, the mountain bike tires wear out every 2 months. My truck tires take like 5 years to wear out, and they're the same price almost.
I'll give me some street tires. Give me
It's
some new
fucking
rims
crazy.
with some street tires for riding around everywhere else.
No, I only ride on the trails now,
Oh, really?
exclusively.
And you live in town where you can ride your bike around? Fuck, it's cheaper on gas.
No, bro, I don't ride my bike. I ride hardcore trails only. I don't ride around on the street. I'll push somebody over if I see them riding around on the street, and I was walking down the street, and I'll push them over. No, I'm just kidding. It's just funny. I can't ride on the street. I have my biggest wreck ever on the
I
street.
always felt weird. Like,
Now, if I had an
I'm
e-bike,
an
though,
adult. I'm an adult. I should be driving a car, right?
well, it's just it's dangerous to be riding a bicycle around cars, and then because if you're in Arizona, at least, it's very dangerous. People are nuts out here driving. Everyone speeds everywhere. Like this is not a lie. It's a total fact.
Again, the
Every
fucking
street here, people are speeding on.
e-bike. Yeah, I think of an e-bike, and the only really reason why I would have an e-bike is like if I had a campground membership and I traveled around the different campgrounds, I'd get me a little e-bike I can cruise around the campground with. But I
See,
shouldn't have.
there's all kinds of different bikes. Though you're talking about like a commuter bike. If I'm gonna get an e-bike, it's gonna look exactly like my mountain bike. You won't even be able to tell it's not. It's actually a mountain bike. It's just an assisted mountain bike. So there's no throttle. You can't. It doesn't move on its own. It can only assist you up to like 400%.
Yeah,
So it
I'll be
detects how much
honest.
pressure you're pushing on the pedals when you're pushing, and then it gives you a percentage of how much power you're putting in. So if you put in 1,000 watts worth of pressure, or not 1,000 watts, but if you put in like 20 pounds of torque as you're pushing, and it does 400%, then it's going to give you 85 pounds of torque with your 20. So it'd be like 100 foot-pounds of torque going to the wheel now. And then it can be extended assist too, to where when you quit pedaling, it continues for one revolution to push to help you go up.
You know what? I think I'd rather grow in cocoa. That sounds like way too much work to me. You're talking about like actual
You're talking about
manual labor
pedaling?
and shit. You're talking about pedaling and shit. Like,
I want to sit down.
yeah, I drive the car to go to the fucking mailbox. Like, I ain't pedaling.
That's funny.
I don't know. No, I got really lazy. I shouldn't be so lazy because I just got into a mode to where I just don't do anything. So I'm comfortable not doing anything. I mean, I go to
Yeah.
concerts and shit, but I don't know.
I feel like like somebody that's my ADHD is getting worse as I get older, and I have to do more and more and more. Like, fucking feel fucked up. I have to fucking be
I'm the
listening to
opposite.
something while I'm doing something. I have to do two things at once almost all the time. Or
The
I'm
older I
fucking
get, the
bored
less
as
I want
shit.
to be around people. Like, you get to where you just see so much bullshit, you know? People are just so full of shit all the time. It's like, ugh, I'd rather not even be around. I'd rather stay home with my 3 dogs.
This is why I mountain bike, because I can fucking have an adventurous life with a bunch of fun and danger, and I could challenge myself in ways that I couldn't do almost any other way.
You
And
put your
all
life
the
on
people I'll
danger.
ever meet out there are doing the same thing I'm doing. So it's just super positive environment out on the trails. That's why I don't bike on the street. Like, who are you gonna meet out here? Fucking somebody fucking you might meet motherfuckers drunk riding around out here, honestly. Like, a bunch of people ride bikes here.
That's what I thought. I'll get a hobby. I'll start collecting snakes. Well, that's not much of a hobby because
Snakes
they
are
don't
cool
do
though.
anything. They are, but they don't do nothing.
And they take up a lot of time once you get a bunch of them.
Well, they will once you get a bunch of them.
Fuck yeah. People are like breeders, that's full time. They don't even have another job. Some people don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna build a whole shed.
You're gonna build a she shed for your snakes?
A she shed. Yeah. The shit check. Yeah.
The wife ain't getting no shit, bro.
She ain't getting no shit. No, the snakes are cool. I stay off some of the websites though, because you can find some really cool ones and you can get good deals on them, and it's like,
Yeah.
I go sell some Pokemon cards and buy some snakes. Yeah.
Where? Oh, you live in Missouri.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is a blue-eyed Lucy? Is a motherfucking
It could be a lesser. There's a few of the
how do you get it?
of the
Do
more,
you get them tested or something?
huh?
What do you get them tested or something? Like,
Oh
say I
yeah.
wanted to breed my snake, it would be better to have like some kind of paperwork with him, right?
Oh yeah. You can send the shed off and have it tested. Yeah.
His blood.
Yeah, and I mean they can even go as far as like doing het tests. So say he's a blue-eyed Lucy, but he's also het for pied or het for something else. They'll tell you that too. So it's cool.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
best thing you're gonna do
So
if
I
you're gonna
could
bring
get
it.
paperwork on him, and then breed him.
Yeah, you could get paperwork so that way you know exactly what he is.
Yeah. Well, I know he's a blue-eyed Lucy, but
Yeah,
he
yeah,
came
but
from a really
you
big breeder.
you'll know where he came from. Like,
I
did he
think they
come
might
from a
have that paperwork.
Mojave? Did he come from a lesser? Did he come from a There's a few different.
Yeah.
You
I think it's a lineage from Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, it's probably Obama.
Yeah, I think they said there was some Biden blood in him. Every
So
time
it's
you pour him
pretty
out a
old
case,
and
he goes,
pretty
"Come on,
wrinkled.
man."
That guy's probably got a lot of snakes in. He must have just been. He just didn't need a male blue-eyed Lucy.
Huh?
He just didn't need a male blue-eyed Lucy, I guess.
Who?
The guy you got the snake from.
No, they own more than one snake. The people we got it from, they got it from a breeder because they buy snakes and sell snakes. They're real big into snakes, and this snake they had to get rid of because they have so many snakes, and they haven't had him very long. They've had him his whole life, but they haven't had him for like 10 years. Like they have other snakes because they're moving or something. So they just wanted the snake to go somewhere where people would want him and take care of him because they felt like they wouldn't have the space for him in the future.
Yeah, they probably weren't going to use him. Right, they
Yeah, so
didn't have
we
any
didn't pay no
plans for
money
him.
for him or nothing because they just wanted him to go to a good home.
Yeah, they
And
got probably
I've
this.
had snakes before, so
So a lot of people right now are selling their collections. So they probably bought a collection of snakes, and that was just one that was in the collection that they were never going to use or nothing. So
well, he's not going to get very big like other snakes. Blue-eyed Lucy's don't get very big.
I bet you he gets 12,
He's full grown.
1,500 grams.
He's full grown right now. He's only he's maybe 3 feet, and he's full.
Yeah,
He
but
don't get no
how much
bigger.
does he weigh? I bet you he weighs. It's amazing how much they
Oh, he's
weigh.
heavy. Yeah, he's thicker than fuck. But I don't know. He's not gonna get no bigger. Like I know there's a lot of pythons that get pretty big. They can get
I don't.
6, 7, 8 feet. This guy can't get that big. They're kind
Oh
of
yeah,
smaller.
the female I got now, she's 4 years old. She was 2,100 grams, and she's about probably 5 foot. She's a big girl.
No, snakes. Look, snakes. If you get a good snake when they're young and you socialize them correctly, they're not going to be at all aggressive in any way towards you. They'll be completely curious with you.
So,
They'll seem
well,
like they
ball.
want to hang out with you.
Ball pythons,
you
for the
know,
most part, yeah, they would rather not even be. I mean, they don't. I mean, you get them socialized and they'll just hang out and they'll, roam around, or they'll just ball up. They just
every
ball up. You
I mean, I've seen
yeah,
people have snakes that were skittish, but every snake that's been around me or my family so far that I've grown up with were very, very friendly snakes, and they're intuitive to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard
but
to explain. They
I'm,
get really friendly. They're not scared of people at all, and they're not. They're never in a scenario where they're like, "I'm gonna fucking bite something if this keeps going on." They never get like that. I've seen people have snakes like that. But bro,
and
when
yeah,
you
they
socialize
can.
your snake a lot, they'll quit doing that completely and become very friendly.
They can be that way. Yeah, I mean,
But I guess it depends on the attitude of the snake. Some snakes are probably just not going to have that shit though.
yeah, some are just. But I mean,
Probably depends on the
but
snake.
that's
Because
what you
blue-eyed
gotta
Lucies
expect.
too are considered
If,
very curious and friendly snakes in general. And then you
if
have
you're
like
gonna,
the other snakes we've had were red-tailed boas. Which red-tailed boas are actually pretty friendly, and they're not as aggressive as pythons are generally.
I mean, for the
Have you
most
ever seen a
part, I
boa?
mean,
Dude, a
if you're
red-tailed
gonna
boa has real teeth.
if
They
you're
don't have
gonna have
cartilage.
snakes, I mean, it's not a matter of if you're gonna get bit. It's just a matter of when. I mean, eventually, if you have a bunch of them, one's probably gonna get you.
Oh yeah,
It's probably gonna be your fault. I mean, I've been bit once, and it was totally my fault. Like you
yeah.
don't
You just
stick
gotta
your hand
disinfect
in.
your hand
I
real good, or
Well, I
wherever
put
you
my
got bit.
hand and I was pushing the mouse into the fucking tote. And I got my hand down there next to the mouse. She was like, "Fuck yeah!" And she got me instead of the mouse. I mean, but
Look,
that was
so
my time.
pythons have a cartilage. They have really sharp cartilage teeth, and they cut real easy. But like a red-tailed boa has real physical teeth like we do. So they got like a whole different kind of bite when they can bite you. Uh, when you see them and their teeth is crazy looking. Like it looks different than a python's mouth. The python has like that strip of cartilage that goes up and down at the ends of their mouth, and it has a whole bunch of little spikes all over it. You know what I'm talking about?
And I mean, the bite doesn't hurt. I mean, really. I mean,
Yeah. I've been bit by a
it
water
would
snake before. That
if
shit
you
hurt like
got
a bitch.
if you got bit and you pull back, like if you jerk really hard and you break a tooth off. I mean, that's probably gonna hurt. Probably get infected.
I caught a water snake in a river or in the creek or spillway or whatever the hell it was when I was younger, and that thing got me. That shit hurt. Like sting real bad. Like a bee sting kind of
Yeah, like it's like a bee sting. I mean,
shit fucking hurt. It like hurt for like an hour or two, like it was painful. It wasn't just like a scratch. Fucking asshole.
I'm debating whether I'm thinking about. I could probably pull the snake out, but I have to put my dog away. My one dog, he tripped out.
About the snake, yeah, my female pit bull is she'll eat the snake if she could be left alone to do that. She's aggressive towards everything. She wants to kill everybody.
He's just overprotective, right? And it's just
Yeah.
not even that the fucking snake. It don't even. It's
Yeah.
just something else. Like, what is that? Like, that ain't even gonna fuck around. I ain't down with that.
Yeah, that's how my dog right now. I'm not fucking around either because she's just like on point. Like she's just very curious. You know what I mean? But she's super aggressive towards animals. So I already know she'll fucking try to eat him. She's attacked every dog I've ever had, or any dog she's ever been around, or any animal. It doesn't matter what the fuck it is, she'll attack it. So I'm afraid of her getting close to the snake for sure. But I take the snake out. I'm like, bitch, watch out, and I make sure she's at least 10 feet away from me at all times.
I'll see if I can get. I might be able to see it
Yeah, I can get my.
through the tote. And she's right. Yeah, she's a pretty big girl.
Oh yeah, your snake's pretty big, about as big as this one.
What are you doing, girl?
Yeah, that's a pretty snake.
This is a spider. She's a. Here, hold on one sec. I can't use one hand.
Heavy.
Come here, girl. I guess I could use one hand.
That snake bigger than mine. Look. See? They're about the same size.
We're doing a reptile show off.
Yeah, your snakes are gonna get big, dude. Mine's as big as these are gonna get. It pulls up. That was cool, dude. He's hella chill. He's just hanging out.
They love their little heights.
Yeah.
So I run the heat tank. For the belly heat.
Yeah, he's going right back in there. He's going right back in there. He's got this big ass cage. Big old cage, and all he does is chill in the hive. He was totally chilling, and now he's going right back chilling. Yeah, your snakes are how old? Or that one was? Oh, I've had that snake for what? I don't know. It's been a little bit now. Maybe I don't know. I'm totally guessing 4, 5, 6 months.
Here's my male.
Oh, I need to weigh him, huh? That's a pretty male. Oh yeah, he's energetic. I think I've had that snake for about 6 months.
I've had these little ones. I've had since March. And then I've only had the other one a couple weeks.
Oh, maybe I've had it less time then. Pretty.
This is a pastel yellow belly. You see the flames?
Nice.
You can see the checkered.
Yeah, it's a curious one too. Some snakes, they just chill. And you got like ones that are real curious, and you got ones that are like don't want to be held. They'll
Yeah,
bolt on you.
he gets the worries all over. So is the other little female. She gets the worry.
But the more you handle them, though, the better they get at being handled for sure. Mine, I can just go in there anytime and snatch him up, and he's just like, cool. What's
Yeah.
up?
I mean, this one here, he's a little skittish from time to time. But
He's young, though.
yeah, he's still young.
Mine's
He's
2.5
only,
years old. He's developed.
This
he's
my
only
first time. This is my first time using this cloner crop. So like, how much what kind of like I do have my Clonex. I do have the gel, and I also have this right here. I don't have any of the or.
All right, hold on. Let me put this thing away.
Was that an arrow cloner or something?
Yeah, it's the Aero cloner.
This is your first time cloning?
It's not my first time cloning, but it's my first time using the Aero cloner. I usually I just do them in soil rapid rooters.
Yeah.
So you got two,
I haven't used it yet. I done had it for like 2 months now, and I haven't used it yet. So
have you pH that?
I haven't done anything to it yet. I just put the water in. Ain't no nutrients or nothing in it.
And you have
But
Clonex
I
solution?
yes, I got Clonex solution.
Do you have
And
Orchid?
I don't have Orchid, but I have this. The Hormex B1 formula is concentrate.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
That's all I've been using to clone. And besides this right here, I have the Orca. I have the powder.
Yeah,
But when I
Great
use
White.
the
It's made
powder,
by the same brand.
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
not sure.
So Great
Like
White.
I said,
Great White isn't
I
made
never
for
used the
water.
Aero clone.
Like
But what I've had success using the root right, the rapid rooter plugs. And what I usually do, I wet them down, stick some of the Great White down in the plugs,
So here's
and
the thing.
pH my water that I use my Clonex. I use my gel and stick them down in there, and I usually get roots. But I want to try to use this Aero cloner, or since I got a smaller space, you think I just use the rapid rooters.
I mean, you can do it
The
how
only
you.
thing if I use the rapid rooters, I'm gonna have to make me a dome. I don't have a humidity dome for my rapid.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have the super tall Monday dome.
Yeah, see, I don't have. I need to get me. I need the top. I got the bottom, but I don't have the top no more.
Well, and that's the thing. Even using this right here, I mean, some clones want to be under a dome.
Yeah, do you have a clear plastic tote anywhere that's big
I
enough to
do.
put over the top?
I have
I
one
do
that
that a lot.
I was gonna plan on. I don't know how much of it it'll cover, but like it'll probably cover a piece of it.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
I mean I'm only gonna do 8. I'm only gonna do those 2 plants. The smaller ones I'm not gonna worry about because they was kind of small. I'm not gonna worry about topping the other ones. But I'll take the clones off these two here. So it should be like 8 clones. That should be enough to fit up under that once I put them up under there.
Definitely. I wouldn't. What do you guys think though? I wouldn't use that great white in that water because great white.
No, I'm not gonna use. I'm not gonna use it in the water. I usually use. I put that down in my hose when I use the wrap.
Yeah,
I don't put that in my water. Yeah, I know better than to put that powder in my water
Orca,
because it'll end up being at the bottom.
Orca, on the other hand, right. Yeah, you could put the Orca in the water though because the type of microbes are designed for water.
Yeah.
Now the Hormex, I don't really know though because like the Hormex is probably going to have the similar stuff as what the Clonex has. I know Clonex has a little bit of vitamin B and it has, all that stuff. I don't think it's the microbe.
They pretty much the same. The only thing about the Hormex, Hormex is just a little more concentrate than the Clonex.
Yeah, I mean, I would just use the Clonex. I mean, you don't have microbes, but I mean that it is what it is.
Okay, so all right, how much do I need? How much I need to put in? About 10 or 15 mils.
The bottle. Yeah, the bottle says like 5 to 10.
5 to 10, per liter. Per liter. Well, it says 5. It says 5 to 10 mils of Clonex solution per liter of water, or 1 to 2 teaspoons per quart.
In my turbo cloner, I normally put 30 mils Clonex solution.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to have a lot, right? And then
it is baby food. It's
and then are you going to pH that water after the fact?
You can do it either or. Yeah, it's not. It wouldn't. Even if you pH it right now, it wouldn't change it. I don't think enough. Yeah, so you could do it either.
Well, I would at least check to see what that product you put in did to the water pH at least, because I put in some products in water before and the pH was like 4.8. You know what I mean? At minimum. I always like checking the pH just to know, because there's been some times where I put too much of something in there and the pH was like not acceptable.
Well, it's just nice to know, so that way you know, right? Like,
it's like looking at a fucking RPM gauge or something. You're just checking out what's reassuring everything. That stuff's called what? Hormex.
There's like 2.5 gallons.
I've never even heard of it though, but it's a funny name.
It works pretty good. I mean, it's just like the Clonex. It's just red. But
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't use anything.
What I have noticed, I can get roots faster with the Hormex than I can with the Clonex. Like I usually, once I take my cuttings, I put me a little bit in a cup, the Hormex in a cup, and dip my cuttings down in there, and then put them in my wrapper rooters and let them go.
Have you ever done a side-by-side of using products to clone with and then not using products, like just straight water?
I only clone maybe like 3 times the whole time I've been growing. I've been growing for like 7 years. I usually come from beans, so that's why I've been talking to School of Crop about definitely getting
you're definitely gonna want to have that pH down. Sure.
I'm pHing it now, but I usually know how much to give everything because I pH anyway. My water comes out at 7. My ppms come out at 107. Then it's like my pH is like come out at 7. Come out right at about 7.
What do you water in at?
Drop that.
I usually water. Well, when I do pH, I don't really start pHing until I'm in flower. Like I haven't pH this water at all with these plants. And I don't really start when I do, I usually start around about like maybe like around about like 6.0, maybe about 6.2.
Yeah, in that corner right there, you're gonna want to be down there, like Joseph said, 5.6 to 5.7.
Okay. That's where it's sitting at like right now. So let me get this right here opened up. I'm sorry, I ain't professional like everybody else with the stands and everything.
Hey, you're good. You're perfectly fine. I know what you're doing. I don't need to see it.
Yeah, I just take nutrient solution, I dip my cubes in it, and then I put my cuttings in it, put those in the dome, and then after they root, I do nothing after I put them in the dome until they're rooted, and I transplant. I used Clonex and shit like that side by side with my nutrient solution dunked cubes, and I couldn't tell the
Yep.
difference at all.
It does, Hills. It'll in a couple days you'll want to go in there and probably do your pH again because it'll jump up in a couple days.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So what a oh, never mind. I guess you put solution in there. I was gonna say instead of adjusting the pH, what if in a couple days, 2 or 3 days, you just replace the water?
It won't be. You won't need to do that yet.
All right. Because like I know in DWC, every time I've grown, I replace the water every 3 days.
Oh yeah, that thing. Shit, you can run it. Well, I know with the turbo coater, you can run it for like a week before you got to add another gallon of water to it.
All right. Where I need to cut it, like right here.
Look at your canopies. So you've got to think ahead now. You know that once you cut those middles are going to go, whoa, they're going to want to take off. So you don't want to leave nothing on those because even if they're small now, they'll be able to be where the middles are by the time they actually kick in, if that makes sense. So I would go to the lowest that you can get that's just a little bit higher than the middle, if that makes sense.
So that should be like right
Yep,
right there.
right there. I would leave those.
Okay. All right.
Because then you go in right underneath those, you give them the little fucking lightly crack on the stem, and you bend them over a little bit. By the time those middles are now going to go, what? We got way more in it. They'll take off, and as those take off, those two new ones that are there, they'll be like, oh yeah, we're tops too, and they'll start taking off, and you should be able to keep them pretty even.
Okay. So like these right here, even though they small, I need to top that like right there too, right?
Yeah. Look at your canopy. Look at your secondary canopy. And you're gonna have to guesstimate like right about where the middle is, and you gotta anticipate a little bit of what the middle's gonna do versus what those are gonna do. That's that whole seam. Oh shit. That's that whole seam part. Wait for him to see if he's gonna come back.
Yep, back to trim heaven.
That's where like when you shape up a plant and you've done it enough times, you know what the plant's gonna do and you understand what you gotta leave and what you don't gotta leave. And
Yep.
if you don't leave that, you'll end up with nothing there, and then you'll have a little hole right there. The middle will all grow up, and now you'll have to find some of the middle to pull out that side to fill in that side of the plant.
I just think about the uniformity of all the branch sizing. So like I can have a branch that's really skinny that got a little bit taller than some of the thicker branches. I'll top the thicker branches before I'll top that little taller skinny branch. 'Cause that little taller skinny branch, all I got to do is pinch it where it bends a
I was
90,
gonna say,
and
yeah,
it'll
that's
turn
just
into
gonna
a
be it.
thick branch, and it'll be kicked off to the side, so it'll
Right.
be in a better place.
Well, you'll put it where you want it. Right. Right.
Yep. But I'd focus on the thickest branches for topping, because that's
Yeah.
where the
Yeah.
most
Yeah.
resources are at right now. And then
Well, for
topping, I'm
clones
trying
and
to,
shit. Yeah.
change it. Yeah, he's cloning. I
Yeah.
top from
For
the top.
clones,
I clone from my tops though, so I literally
that's
clone from the best top.
well, that's part of the training, right? Like, in my opinion, like when you go in there and you're gonna cut clones, that's part of training. When you do that, you're gonna make it where everything's evened out. Whether you need that long of a clone or not, you're gonna make it all even and symmetrical, so the things, you know, even all the way around. I've seen people go in and clone and still leave a long fucking branch above the rest, and it's like, why didn't you just make it even? And like, sure, you can bend it over, but then you gotta wait for everything to grow up. Pinching, topping, cloning, this is all part of your training. Because you'll go in there, you'll be like, all right, yep, and I got the two canopies, and you can go in and you can clone all the top canopy off. Whether you keep every one of those clones or not, and use every one, whatever, but then you bring it back to the main canopy down in the center of the plant, and that thing just pushes out and gets wide and big.
Yeah, I
Then the
just do
next
one
time,
clone. My resets, like if I'm resetting my mothers, I do one clone of all my mothers, and then I set all those plants to the side, the mothers
oh
that have been
shit,
cloned from, and I give it 24 hours. And if all the clones are happy, then I kill all the mother plants.
I was fucking
Oh,
spacing. Sorry, guys.
it's an invasion.
He's like backstage. I'm like,
It's all good, bro. I was having a hard time keeping up typing.
yeah, see there now? That's a nice little fucking, all that shit will grow up. All that shit, yeah. Fuck. There you go.
That looks really good now.
Okay.
Yeah, they look really good.
Ready to go.
They don't even look like the same plants they did before.
Nope.
And that's just
That's
what
gonna
it, you
turn
know,
into a big bush.
2 or 3 canopies, that's just what they do to a plant. I mean, like I say, it's all pruning and shit. Cloning's part of pruning. Whether you keep the clone or not and use the clone, it's still got to be done sometimes.
And sometimes being a lazy grower, or you put
Yeah,
stuff off a week, that gives you a better clone. So when you do actually take your clone, you might have an extra node set. It might be
yes, sir.
taller, So
Yes, sir.
sometimes stalling and balling on that, it pays off in the long run to get those really nice clones.
Doing clones, I think for sure. Especially when you just know, like you got a bunch of plants, you're like, yeah, I know I'm gonna be cloning the shit out of those. So that's when you can anticipate. You can give it a little extra food because you know they're gonna need a little extra food going into the rooting part. Before they root. You could, Last thing I would do is bend them over though, because when you bend them over before you clone, you end up getting them to hook at the end when they're coming back up. So when you go to take a straight up and down clone, you got the top now that wants to hook over.
Right, because the lower node is thinking that it's a
Yeah.
same height or whatever. So, but yeah, I get you.
So how you doing?
I took a whole nother round of clones the other day, and really thinned out the herd. Filled up the whole cloner again, so they're like 30 days.
Yeah.
That they're going to be like 30 days apart, so I'll do a back-to-back run on those.
Hell yeah.
And but yeah, just been really windy and starting to get cold, but it's supposed to warm right back up. So a couple days off because of wind, but I'll be right back to work, unfortunately.
The weather's been crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's like it's windy here. It's supposed to rain today.
it already rained here, and it's 40. It was like 40 something mile an hour. 40-mile-an-hour clones, 40-mile-an-hour wind.
He's selling clones already.
Oh,
Look at
shit.
him.
40-mile-an-hour clones.
Yeah.
Let me get one of those.
Yeah, it's been windy. In fact, the sky is gray. Almost looks like it's not cold enough to snow, but it looks really gray, like when it does when it's gonna snow.
Yeah.
Did you get all your contracts and shit together?
Oh, those have been out for a while.
Oh, good.
They say I have
Good.
about
Thank God.
15 more days to actually till the start of the season, but I'm not even projected snow for like almost 30 to 45 days.
Oh, I
So
bet you.
some of them wait till the very last moment, the last week, to even send me a partial payment, or they start coming in that last week. So
Yeah, but I bet you're glad you got them out and they're done.
correct. Yes.
Yeah.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I've gotten back 9 of them. I got to go do a meeting tonight, so that'll be 10. So I haven't heard back from like half of my route, but some of those are my seasonal people, and they wait till the very last minute to write me a check, and then they either write it full or they start making payments to like the first of the year. So yeah.
There's always the people that wait till the last minute.
Yeah, I got a couple people have already sent me a text saying, "Hey, I got your contract. I'm signing it, and I'll send in a check. It'll be there by the 15th." So
That's great. That's great. Like, at least you're getting shit coming in already and you're getting to be prepared,
oh, that's a lot better. I've done it like I've done them like this weekend and gotten them out before and tried to do it
wow.
where I was done the 1st of October and I told everybody I was going to get them out way early. So yeah.
I think it's great. At least not everybody's waiting till the last minute. It's actually be stressful too. Like, fuck, is anybody gonna do anything? Like, what the fuck's,
Right. And like I tell everybody when I usually give them my sales pitch is that, if you do choose to be seasonal, that's what keeps my lights on. That's what pays my insurance. That's what, pays for my rental.
those are the contracts. Those are the contracts. Yeah.
Yeah. So
We used to do that with boat canvas. We worked at, like, we would service like 21 different boat dealerships. And that was just the shit they keep your lights on and shit. That was your, all the other shit was the extra shit.
Yep. So all my little residentials that I give like a set price for, if they're willing to play the lottery game, between like $400 and $600 for the year is what I charge them for like 15 customers. There's a couple grandmas in there. Most of them are like $500 or $600 for the year, and a lot of them bite at that as seasonal price. And I pay for all my bills up front, and then all my commercials are what I make money on.
Right. Yep. That's the way to do it.
So it's worked so far. I mean, it keeps me busy at least. Either that or I'll sell everything and we'll end up going somewhere where there's no snow and fuck.
I thought you said we would start collecting Pokemon cards. Fuck.
Yeah.
No,
I might be a coin dealer. Fuck, I don't know.
Start doing baseball cards or football cards.
Yeah.
Move to Phoenix, Arizona, you'll have zero snow.
I think it was 1993 in Phoenix is the last time I was there when Nirvana played the state fair. I think it was 93 or 94 would have been that year, October. I think they
Oh,
played on October 18th, 1994, which would have been my birthday. And I was working at the Phoenix State Fair.
Phoenix looks nothing like it did, 5-10 years ago. Even it's such a fast growing area.
Oh,
A lot of people who haven't been here for a lot of years, I encourage you to come now. It's a lot different than it was back in the day.
oh, I bet. That, and we used to do the Ren Fair out there by the Superstition Mountains. I forget the name of the town that the Ren Fair's at. We traveled there. I even worked on a booth there. My wife used to manage a booth there for years. I never really did that fair, but I was there for a couple times, come in and out, and then stay a couple weeks and then leave. But yeah, that's
I like
outside.
it.
That's outside Tempe. I think that's where it's at,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Tempe, Arizona is right by Phoenix, basically. Right?
Yeah, but I think that's where the Ren Fair is. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, they got a lot of stuff that happens in Tempe, Arizona. I wouldn't. It probably does happen there.
I remember we used to go up to Strawberry, up in the mountains, and go to some like fresh yogurt, frozen yogurt place where all the fucking senior citizens and all the snowbirds used to hang out somewhere. There used to be some like hot springs up there in the mountains.
Oh, you're talking about the Seven Springs, whatever the fuck, or yeah, there's a oasis in the middle of Arizona with like it's like it's like got all this, it's like I got waterfalls and nature walkthroughs and fucking, it's really different than any other environment here.
Is that where my wife took me there a long time ago, and
Yeah, a lot of people go
I
there.
was there like one day, I mean,
I haven't been there yet. I've seen a bunch of stuff on it though, because I want to go.
yeah.
It's really unique experience. It just flooded there too before, really bad, while people were there. The whole place flooded,
Wow.
like out of nowhere. Just all of a sudden, it was like fucking water pouring down everywhere.
Is
I forget
anyone
what
in
it's called.
chat? I see you, but I don't know how many other people are.
Last time Lone got on the Nuggies panel, he came up and was like, "What's up?" And then never said another word and then left. This shit was funny.
But just not very many people on.
Yeah, definitely.
Just got to get them situated. But there you are.
Gotta get them situated.
That's not the top.
And your pump is in there, right? You got the pump part? I didn't see the pump.
Yeah, I have the whole. Yeah, I have the whole thing. Yeah, I have the whole setup.
Yeah. Make sure that if the manifold has little lines that your tips are pointing in the same way the lines are. I forget
Okay.
how that manifold actually works on that little pump right there. I think it just screws on, but it's probably got 4 or 6 little tips.
Okay.
There should be like green little tips that screw onto the pump. And that's the part where when you clean that cloner, you're definitely going to want to get out the little toothpick and make sure that all the bacteria or the roots or whatever is out of that, or you'll lose all your pressure, or one might even plug up and then one side of your cloner is not getting the same amount of spray as the rest. I don't care if you run some type of cleaner through it, it'll still it stays in those little ports so fucking good.
You go find you one of them like baby brush kits, and they got these itty bitty little brushes.
Or how about one for like somebody that's got braces?
Yeah, they work really good. Yeah, that works good too. You can get it in, and you can. I've had hair in mine. I've had.
Well, I've got root tips in there that's plugged them before, where like the root tip just puts its finger right into that hole and is doing right in.
You're doing fucking Cuban tech.
I have been, yes. I didn't this time. I actually got them out of the cups after like day 21 or out of the cloner. Sometimes I've ran them up to like 30, 33, 34 days in there, and then I'll pull them out where it's like a full head of hair, you know?
Yeah, you got to cut the roots down.
Yeah, you even bottom the roots out a little bit, and then you put them in the fucking cups because they're so thick.
Yeah.
This time I put everything I had almost, except for I think there was like 6.
Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
No, I'm going. I hit add the stage and then it disappeared.
It probably laid down because I got to hold it in my hand. I don't have a stand for my phone, so.
Oh
But
no,
that
no,
clone
long
dome.
bearing was experience.
I'm gonna end up having to buy me a dome for this because this little top here is gonna.
That's why
Yeah,
he dropped it.
that little top is gonna smush them down. It's not gonna work.
Right. You know, just my personal experience is I use a small humidifier that sits next to it, and I put it on a timer, and I only put it on like every 15 or every 30 minutes, and it barely even comes on for 5 or 10 minutes, whatever I can do it. And man, I can get my clones to stand up the second day after I take them.
Yeah,
But I also Dutch tip them. I give them a haircut, or I nip all my leaves so that it can't transpire through the leaves anymore.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of times you won't need a dome, but it's nice to have one if you need one.
Yeah.
Well, what are you guys doing? I'm on break.
We're just kicking off, getting around bullshitting.
Well, it's Halloween. And it's a fucking good day.
It's Halloweenie.
It is a good day.
It looks nice there. Holy shit.
Oh, it's beautiful here. It's probably, I'm going to say 65. Bright and sunny.
You're down the hill, right?
Down
I
the
didn't know
hill.
you were up there.
I'm in fucking Pueblo right now.
Right. Oh, that's what I was meaning. You're in town. You're not up on the
No.
town.
But it is nice up there too. It's probably more like 55, but it's just as sunny. I can see for 100 miles.
Right.
Y'all want to check out the shop while I'm fucking on here with you guys?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll put you on big screen.
Let me get inside here. We'll give you a quickie tour without giving away the location. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
All right. That's one that's in for everything. It's got an LS under the hood.
Oh, there's my fucking Camaro.
No, Firebird. I just put this wood.
That's a fire chicken.
I just did this wood bed and put all this in. I did all the woodwork and finished it, and it's got got like a little. This is the gas cap. Gas cap. But yeah, I just got done doing this one. This is a 55 Ford.
Look good now for everybody else.
How much does it cost for you to refurbish a truck?
I don't know what this one costs. This is what I'm currently working on right now. I just that one. The reason you don't know is because I just don't. It's not done. But I just did disc brake conversion on this one, and this is a 65. All disc brake conversion, all new suspension, everything. Putting a Holly Sniper in it right now. This is fuel injection. I'm cleaning up the firewall and everything in here. Like there was wire looming everywhere, And so the only wires you're going to see are basically just those two right there in the corner. And that's the fuel pump and the fuse for the fuel pump. But all the other wires will be gone when I'm done with this thing. I just added that brake booster, brake master cylinder, and fuck is my. I have a flashlight somewhere. Anyway, down in there is a hydraulic clutch that I just put in, the hydraulic clutch slave. And I made it all fit in that corner right there. I don't got much room in this car. Like I said, it's a 65 Nova 2. So it's really
Yeah, I like the Nova. I like the Nova too. A lot of people say they're trick cars, but I like them.
Insurance. The guy smashed this all in. Oh yeah. Wait till I show you the oil pan on this thing. Check this out. Bam. Dude, that's it. Oh yeah, okay. And then go right back to the tranny pan.
Oh shit.
They ran over, and you can see where the frame is all fucked right there, right? They ran over a street sign, and the street sign came through. All this shit smashed a hole in the fucking the oil pan. The transmission pan's fucked. I haven't gone through the back half of it yet to see what all that is. It's trashed. So yeah, this one's in for some major work. This was a full Resto 65. This is 65 fastback. And this is a full Resto. Like, it's got all custom suspension, rack and pinion. You can see it's got rack and pinion in it now.
Yeah, that's like a $50,000-$60,000 build.
Oh, more than that. This car right here is $100,000. This 68. This is a.
What's it worth when it's done?
This will probably be $400,000 car. It's a 68, 69 Charger. This is Dukes of Hazzard car. Mopar. Yeah. But anyway, so on this Nova 2, and then got the 34. That one. There's a 55 Chevy in the booth right now. But I'll show you what I did underneath of this thing. But then there's the whole other side of the shop that's all just the body shop. This is where I put them all together. This is the clean area.
Holy shit, with a lift like that, I hope you get paid by the hour.
Why is that? I get paid by the job.
It just took a little while to raise up.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't go super fast with these old cars. You don't know what's going to happen, but I put all new suspension bushings in the rear
shackles.
Yeah, and the uppers and the fronts. So leaf spring bushings, and then I had to make all my own brake lines. All that brake lines come in there from the front, comes across, splits into two, goes over to the disc brakes. And then
I swear it almost looks like you know what you're doing. It's really close.
Almost.
Yeah.
I put in frame stiffeners because it's a unibody car. But put in frame strengtheners in it. on
I
both
think you
sides.
watched the training video.
Yeah, the training video. But anyway, there's the
Lots
brake
of
lines I had to make. I made those brake lines that go all the way, all the way to the front, right? And they go up into there, and then you can see up in that way, the daylight up there. That's by the brake master cylinder. This is the new hydraulic clutch line that's going to come into the bell housing like that, and then it'll be hydraulic clutch instead of dinosaur. Yeah, and then like I said, I did all the suspension in this, all brand new spindles and the works. I had to do the rear main seal, so I pulled that pan, put a new seals in that, new flywheel and clutch. This is the old shit. The reason I had to get a new steel bell housing is because they broke this one.
Ooh.
Oh, that.
Whoops. That's the bell housing that covers the flywheel and shit. But
Yeah.
that's your clutch fork. That moves the flywheel or the throwout bearing back and forth that releases the clutch. But what happened was the input shaft on the tranny, the bolts broke off of it, and the bolts were laying in here, and the flywheel came around and smashed the bolt against the fucking case and broke the
Sounds
case.
like a classic reverse drop.
No, said he was shifting from third to fourth, but because of the way the transmission wore out, the slide on the input shaft cover that the throwout bearing rides on, because of the way it wore out, it had been broke off for a while, so it was in there laying on its side because half the shaft was gone, like paper thin. So the input shaft was spinning on the cover that the throwout bearing rolls on, and the bolts had broke out of it, but the bolts broke out and went underneath the flywheel, and the flywheel punched a hole in the bell housing. So they brought this bell housing, which is steel, and it's heavy as fuck. But they brought this, but to use this, you have to switch to a hydraulic, which is what I just showed you guys that I installed, the hydraulic clutch, slave cylinder, and all that stuff. But anyway, yeah, this is what I do all day is I just play with toys and make cool shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, pretty average lifestyle. No.
Yeah.
I dropped out.
Yeah.
Hey.
Calling you about your car's extended warranty. I'd like to talk to you about it today.
It's crazy.
I hit the wrong button.
Yeah, you're really into that shit. Like you're on the level 10.
Hold on, I'll show you the. Give me one. What's that? No bumper. No bumper yet. Give me 1 second, Art. Hey, Junior. Did they show up with that bumper yet? Y'all, that's Junior. Wave at everybody, Junior. You're live. 55. They had a accident at the show. This is a show truck. They have all their cleaning supplies. This is mounted, but it had a cover on it, like it had a Tanua cover. And in the wind at the car show, the cover fucking blew off, flew through the air, came up, and smashed down on the hood. So the hood was all dented, but in order to match all the color, we have to fade it into the fenders,
Yeah.
Did he make you take that rubber off? That black rubber off? Underneath where you're at working, or did he just make you tape it? Yeah, so anyway, yeah, there's the booth. Big. I can fit big stuff in here.
Cool.
paint area. Yeah, another truck that's getting done. Another truck. Yeah, there's all kinds of cars. I could walk next door and show you the body shop. There's fucking, I don't know, 7 cars over there.
Fuck yeah.
Dr. T, you've done everything about once, I swear.
It's a lot of
I
work.
didn't do nothing that time. It was bring kids to work day. It was running us at work.
That's exactly what's going on.
Well, where's his other kid? Where's Nuggy at? Still in bed?
No, Doug, he runs on a treadmill to keep the electricity running.
Oh, okay, that's it. I thought he shits on the bucket to keep the methane generator going.
That's only when he takes the shots of Epsom salt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they need a bigger generator, so it takes the Nuggy run on a power generator. He just runs.
He's like a giant hamster.
Yeah.
They got a big wheel.
Work, Nuggy is running the electricity.
Yeah, gotta keep the lights on somehow, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I got about.
He said we would not be driving. Oh,
If he
Nuggy and running don't go together, Zib. Oh. No, I can see Nuggy being a runner.
What are we looking at the same Nuggy? I mean, I can see Nuggy being a dancer. You can see Nuggy dancing around. I don't know about running.
Well, maybe I just see the potential in people. Oh man, talking shit.
We all talking shit.
What o'clock?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in here all day.
I guess I could go get rats tonight.
Ooh, rats, bats, and vultures.
Rats. I know somebody's got a ball python. The thing's so big they feed it baby rabbits.
GT?
Yeah, we had on the farm a bunch of out in the country when I was younger. When we had a polo, a 9.5 foot polo, he was very big. We'd get him kittens because there were so many farm cats that would have cats everywhere. There's too many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big cat guy, but I don't know if I could feed them to the snakes.
Well, if you out in the country and you got about 20 farm cats that are like and they keep having babies, pretty soon it fucks up everything. Everything starts getting fucked up around everywhere. Like it's hard to explain what cats do. They fuck
I can see it messing up the ecosystem for sure in that little, fucking up that little climate area, like
like 40, 50 cats laying in front of your house. Like,
yeah,
come on. It's crazy.
You gotta start
within like a year.
Do you have to do something about it? We try to give them out to people all the time, and people do take them, but sometimes, you got a big ass polo and you got kittens of the right size, it just fucking fits.
What, like a cat can get pregnant at like 3 months old, 4 months old, maybe?
Oh, they can have babies and instantly get pregnant again. Like it's a horrible problem.
Yeah, cats. Yeah, allegedly, I seen people when I was younger throw cats in the fucking river for fun to watch them to see if they drown or not. Like people on a farm, when you have so many fucking cats, you start to fucking think of them as feral, kind of like they're, you know.
Oh, they do. If you don't fuck with them, they are feral and they can be mean as fuck.
Yes,
We
they
have a lot
can
of
be.
friendly cats that we love, but there's a lot of cats that you just have too many cats to fucking give a fuck at one point in time.
Yeah.
Like they'll wake you up in the middle. Like it sounds weird, but if you're in the country and you got a bunch of cats, they fight in the middle of the night and shit, and you'll wake up to any crazy sounds out in the country. So sometimes you want to go out there and shoot the cats because they're fucking scrapping all night, making loud noises. Like they're
So you go out there and you figure out that they're trying to ward off the coons from getting into the house or getting into the cat food. That's
well,
what
the
used
cat.
to happen to us when we lived out on the farm. We would have like porch cats, and then you would hear, "Rah!" And then you go out there and you see the fucking coons fleeing away. You'd see the big male all puffed up, like, I'm fucking protecting this place. That's my food.
Now we have Dobermans out there, so ain't no animals. The Dobermans could get off the leash too if they wanted to, anytime. So if it was exciting enough, they would just slip the leash and come. And they're
We had
big.
Dobermans on the farm too.
Yeah, they're fucking nuts. It seems like every like month or two, they would all get off the leash and be like miles down the road, fucking trying to kill something, or fucking with someone's horses or something. Just crazy dogs. Animals and shit, you know. Fucking everyone, fucking neighbor has a whole bunch of fucking goats. They're loud as fuck. The other neighbors all have horses. Everybody has fucking animals everywhere, and fucking all the dogs and cats are crazy. It was. It's not like growing up in the city and you just love every little fluffy cat you see. Back then, you're trying to fight off dogs and shit. Like you gotta be careful sometimes because dogs will attack you and shit.
You ever seen a dog? Have you ever seen a dog on weed? Wait,
You want to
wait,
see how
what?
fast cats can grow? You go down to Key West and go look at all the six-toed cats down there at the Hemingway house. That whole fucking that was years ago. It was probably 25 years ago. I can still smell the cat piss from this far away. Oh my god, that was nasty.
Have you ever seen? Have you ever been somewhere out in the country where people let their dogs kind of go wild, and there's a bunch of them?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're always fucking aggressive. Like I've
Well,
seen
it's
it.
that pack mentality. After you
Yeah.
get 2 to 3 dogs together, then they become a pack, and that's how they hunt, and that's how they socialize is within a pack.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah,
Like,
I can't remember how many times a dog would be coming down the street. All the dogs would be barking. A whole bunch of shit's going on because there's something going on, and it just happens to be like 2 dogs that decided to go down the road. They're coming down, and all our dogs are freaking out. And this happened a number of times. My grandpa would pull out a gun, and he would have it on his. If they would come on his property, he would kill them immediately, no questions asked. And these are somebody's dogs, but because the way dogs are, they'll attack shit, and nobody takes care of the dogs. Like someone else's dog could fight your dog gets sick.
parvo or fucking other diseases that are spread, rabies or however. But yeah,
Yeah, but then you move to the city, and everyone treats animals way different than they do out there, where it's like, oh,
I was brought up the same way, where a dog was a dog. It could come in the house and it was your pet, but a dog was a dog. It wasn't your baby.
yeah, I didn't grow up like that, but then I discovered that later on in life.
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
in the country, every animal is supposed to be, they have a job, right? They're a working animal. A dog is supposed to be a working animal. It's supposed to be something that guards the house, guards the the animals, you know, a dog show. You know, so for another dog to come to your place, that's not a good thing. You have to get rid of the threat.
Yeah.
And that's just the way.
Yeah, so I remember stuff like that, and I've seen dogs get shot, people's pets. I've seen people's cats get shot to death. Like it, but then you go to the city and people are like, "No, that's just illegal." And I'm like, "Dude, like out in the country, you let your dog get out. You're lucky if he comes back. Somebody will kill him because he's out acting them up, acting crazy." Yeah, that's a good
That's
one.
a threat.
But now I love animals, and if I had some country property, I wouldn't shoot any animals unless they're crazy. Dude, I can't believe how much this work this is. I need to hire somebody to do this. I enjoy this just like it takes up a whole solid 2 days of my time.
Of what? Cleaning your bike every time you go on a bike ride?
No, trimming. No, that
Oh,
only takes
trimming.
2 minutes. Trimming, bucking down and trimming the weed.
Maybe that's what that should be your side gig, is that you could be like the proprietor and you can find people that would trim for you, and then now you can offer a trimming service. So since they only going to do 2 days worth of work, you pick up 14 other customers and you have enough work for them for a month straight. You just send people around and they trim up other people's weed.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just a lot of work
Yeah,
for a little bit of money.
it is.
But I can,
I think boss used to say you're lucky that if your girlfriend likes to do it.
yeah, it's all right. That ain't that bad. I call it trim heaven because I do enjoy the weed and being finished and all that stuff. I like this part of it. The only part I don't like is just the whole day and the next day is.
I like busting it out with people. It helps. Me and my dad did it the last time, and then he took his share. My daughters came down a couple times, but I've never gotten my wife to help me. I've sat here for 18 hours, like over 2 or 3 days
Yeah,
on a
me too.
screen fucking trimmed like all day long.
Yep, I'm doing that right now all day. I've been in here since 5 this morning or 5:30 ish.
And so in some strains you're like really picky with, other strains you're like, I'll just kind of do a close trim. It looks really nice, and then you just move on. Other ones you'll sit there and nitpick it really good.
No, I only buck and then I take the big leaves off, so I don't actually trim. I just buck the buds off and then I don't leave any big leaves on the buds at all.
Oh, I take I take 90% of my stick out. I definitely buck it down. I trim and then I'll buck it down, and I might have to retrim again a little bit here and there, but I don't like dig for crow's feet, I'll tell you that much.
No, that's what I'm saying. I leave that little stuff on there.
I mean, sometimes maybe if I'm smoking it with somebody or if I'm showing it off, I might like get out the scissors and pick out a couple crow's feet that are sticking out, or
I used to do that,
but
and then I just decided I didn't give a fuck. Like I'd rather it not be very impressionable right at the gate, and then what really warms you up is the actual thing that matters, the quality of smoking it and what it was like when you smoked it.
the quality of the high and the flavor, I get you.
Yeah, so if I give you some buds that are untrimmed, you can see the potential. You see all the it's all very sparkly. It smells very good. It's super sticky, But then when you smoke it, I want that to be the thing that's really cool because to me it doesn't matter personally for me whether or not it's trimmed or not. It just doesn't add any value to the actual high or the smokability for me. If I bought weed personally, I'd rather buy it untrimmed. That way, I know it has less chances of having hairs on it and shit and all these other things. And just the trichomes are not disturbed.
I'm a snob. I want to have very minimal leaf on it.
I was like that at first, for sure. Trim everything. And then one day it just occurred to me that I could literally trim it as I smoked it. And that day I quit fucking trimming. Literally. I was like, you know what, fuck this. It is fun to have trimmed weed though, right? To show it off, but I almost off like that. You know, and then you smoke it and you not even know how frosty it was or nothing. And then you're like, damn, this is good. That's way better for me, that position. Because there's a lot of weed that looks really good, but it's just not very good.
Jake, that is bad. Here, if you got Netflix, watch this. Don't fuck with cats, man. People will hunt you down.
What happened?
He said he posted a link, and that's like people in Australia fighting feral cats. And then I posted the link of the docudrama, and it's literally called "Don't Fuck with Cats," and it's like these people that like were on Instagram and they saw these pictures, and they hunted down this guy internationally and got him arrested for animal cruelty. They were like real sleuthers.
What did he do? Was he beating the shit out of cats or something?
Yeah.
You shouldn't be mean to animals.
Online. Yeah, he was posting it on like YouTube or Instagram and shit, and people saw it, and then they like literally played sleuthers and like guessed where the GPS location is, and they fucking zeroed in on him, and they found him, and they broke the case, and they caught this guy. Like got him arrested in Belgium or something on animal cruelty. Halfway across the world. Yeah, it was called "Don't Fuck with Cats."
I like cats. I just don't have any cats.
I mean, I'm not a cat person, but I mean, I'm not going to do anything to cats. I ain't give a fuck.
No, I was just. He was saying something about the feral thing. I was just bringing up another one. Here, watch this one.
Man, I can't wait to weigh all this shit. The pound will always be there. Always be there.
Well, then if that's the case, you know you got several.
I thought quarter pound of light, bro. Wouldn't that be funny?
Well, you got like 8 lights in there.
No, I got 3 lights.
Okay.
I got 3
how
lights.
Big is? It all depends on how big the space is. I don't.
5 by 12 total. 5 by 12.
3 lights and a 5 by 12, so that's full coverage of that. 100% in a straight line. 6 point something, 7 pounds when it's all dried, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm being overzealous there.
No, I was gonna say 5.5, 6 pounds.
I'm gonna say I'll say most definitely it should be 6 pounds or more. It's not going to be much more than 6 pounds. If anything, it could be close to 7 pounds though.
Yeah.
what happened. Really, that only for me in my garden so far only depends on when I monocrop. When I monocrop under a light, then I get a bigger yield every time. So like that's where my 2.5 number. They were my bigger yields under a light without CO2. It's 2.5 with some of the genetics I have. So then I didn't monocrop this grow. I had 2 plants per big light for the first 2 lights, and I had 3 plants for the other light. So I'm not sure how this will translate in the weight, but I know some of these plants are over a pound because there was 2 plants per 5x5 area, 5x4 area.
Well, I'm hoping that in that space that you could count on 5+. It doesn't matter if you're monocropped or not. You could get out of a 5x12 or what, a 6x10 area almost, or it's roughly around in that 6x10 would be 600, and a 5x12 is 50 plus another 10, so it's like 510, or did I say that wrong? 600 square feet. But 560 to 600, it's roughly about the same squares, but yeah.
So I'm not weighing any of the larvae at all either, or the lower buds. I'll show it on a video what I'm doing, but I throw away and don't weigh, or I don't weigh a lot of it. All I weigh is the tops, and I have that number, and then I have the number for the mids that are right underneath the tops, and that's all I weigh. So I'm a whole bag, like a whole pound or more of the lowers that will not go into the weight of what I'm doing because it wouldn't count as a product to me. So I wouldn't count it. That's what I've been doing at least. So I may have a little more than what I say sometimes because of the larvae, though, like the smaller buds and the larvae, right?
Oh, I usually fill up around 2-gallon baggies full of either trim, larf, stuff that I'm like, I just don't want to trim. It's too small, or it's just there's no feeling to it. It was the very bottom. I'll put that all into the gallon baggies. I'll throw them in the freezer, and then I give them to my chocolate buddy, and then he brings me over chocolates.
That's usually half a turkey bag of trim and the large little stuff that you just don't fuck with.
I showed one of my larf bags on somebody's live, like within the last few weeks. It was a big ass bag that had like at least a pound of fucking smaller buds in it. It wasn't like larf, but smaller buds, right? I always have a bag of that. I got a bag right now, probably a little over a pound of smaller buds. But why weigh that stuff though? It's just like not really part of it.
Right. I give that stuff all away. And then after a while, sometimes you're like, you got like a couple colas left. You'll pluck those off, and then you'll just buck the rest off, put it right in that bag. You're like, okay, I'm done. You're like, you'll force yourself. At least I do. I'll force myself to be done, and just like, I'll put that in that bag. I don't need to trim it. I got enough.
Yep, be like, fuck it. There's enough in here. I'm good. I just quit trimming. Throw all the rest in the bags. I do that same week.
Because usually I'll go through and I'll separate, and then I'll take the top, the top 50%, and I'll put it on one side of the box, and I'll leave the lower 50%. I'll trim up the tops first. Then you might just cut what you want off of those.
I set tops from everything else every time now because the tops take longer. So there's 2 metrics that I have, right? If I just hang the plant upside down and I have too much airflow in the room while I'm drying, the tops will get drier quicker because the smaller buds are closer together when I hang it full plant. So then what I got to do is I got to buck the plant down before the tops get too dry, and the middles and smaller ones will dry out just about the same speed as the tops do when I do that. Because the tops dry quicker if I have too much airflow in the room, or they dry too slow when I whole plant hang. So I like to buck it down on the table, and as it goes by, as I buck that whole plant down on the table, that's enough time for me to then package it.
I can't wait to dry in like January, February. That's like the prime time to really dry in my dry area. Just because I can keep it at 62, 65 degrees down there really easy.
Yeah, it's 61 in here.
Or usually when most other stuff, it's like 68 to 72 down there. But that free coldness of the winter just helps so much down there for that dry room.
Yeah, I've been spoiled with the dry room. I've been able to, because my AC and DHU capacity is good. I can get, I'm pretty good at dries. Right where I'm happy with the dries. There's not much more I can do to make it how I want it. I can control airflow, where there's not too much airflow in the room. The temperature, it'll bounce between 60 and 63, but it doesn't do it really quick. It's a very slow bounce. And then the humidity stays very relative because my AC Infinity extractor and then the AC and then the DHU are all hooked up together to where they try to keep the humidity the same. Or I got them like flowing together. You know what I mean? Spoiled. Took me a while to get all this equipment and everything though.
Yeah.
Like my first year growing was just.
I really need to get a better DHU, but the DHUs that I do have, if I have to, I can run both of them in the same room, even though it does raise up the heat a little bit, but I can keep up with the humidity. But usually with just the one, it's a 70 pint, so it's not like a super huge, and it's just a home grade. It's not like a crawl space commercial unit. I'd still like to get one of those, but they're like $400 or $500. Yeah, $600.
I think mine's 120 or 140 a pint, and it was $600.
Yeah, I went on this like writing letter campaign, and I went to every single one that I could find on Amazon, and I asked them if they did sponsorships, and I got a no on like 14 responses. So I tried to get one for free.
Yeah, the worst thing they can do is say no, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, you never know. I might be able to write a letter, and next year they say, "Yeah, I've got last year's model I can give you."
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, this girl. I got it dialed in so good now. This flower room. It took me a few grows, where I had the lights on 100%, like max of what I was using, and it was over 100 degrees in this outside, and in the room I could, with the lights turned all the way up, I could still get it below 70 degrees with the lights on. So I had a lot of control with the temperature, and then the humidity. I just had a lot of control because of that too. It took me a long time to figure out how to do that, though. At first, I wasn't able to be that efficient in this room with the same equipment. I had a hard time, and I just slowly figured it all out. Now it's like a lot more control than I thought I would have.
The right settings, or being able to just set it up right in the right dynamic, or what?
Like that, the understanding of air and pressures of what's going on. So like the dynamic is this room, originally I cut the AC off to this room so I could control where it intakes into the room and then where I exhaust out of the room so I can control the smell, right? So then I
Okay.
have HVAC coming into the room. So then I use this AC I have to cool the room. So then it usually does pretty good until I added the third light. It was a lot of heat in the room, and it would run a lot when I was growing. So then what I did was I ducked in one of the 6-inch. I took a 6-inch and ducted it into the HVAC and put it into this room. So the HVAC of the house is now pumping cold air into this room. And then I started to run the exhaust to where I could equal the pressure to where I wasn't pushing the smell out through the whole house. And then it was decent. And then the next grow, I ran 2 6-inches from the HVAC into this room. And then this AC turns on every now and then. And it doesn't need to turn on all the time. So just using the HVAC to the house, ducting it in here, was able to make all my equipment have way less work and have to turn on less.
I'm the same way. If during the summer, if I do have a grow going on, I really need the house or the AC set at like 72, 74 degrees within the house, if not sometimes 70, depending on how bad the lights are and just how hot it is outside, just to be able to keep everything where I need it, So yeah, I supplement also with my house AC and then my mini split sometimes also. Or I
Yeah,
have,
so during the summer, I got AC running all day and all night. It never turns off from the HVAC of the house. So during the summer, when it's super hot here, I actually have more control over the temperature because I have a lot of cooling capacity in this room now.
Yeah.
Because of the AC I have on top of that.
Well, you're almost able to maintain the temperature of the room without the lights, or maybe even with the lights at like 40 to 50%. But then you have like a whole nother ton to 2 tons, or I don't know how big of a compressor it is, but that much more capacity, That's your backup,
Yep. But during the winter, I mean, like right now, as it starts to cool off here, the AC will run not as often, and I won't have the same cooling capacity in this room again. And then I'll have to close off the HVAC because at some point in time we'll have to turn the heater on for about a month, few weeks, and that will really fuck this room up. So everything changes from summer to winter for me in this room, at least. It's a lot of work.
I almost have to do the same thing down in my like lung room. During the winter, I pull out like an oil heater and I turn it on so it's like at the minimum, so it's like 50 degrees coming off of it, so it cuts the chill out of the lung room. Either that or like all the slab and the walls just get so cold, it seems like down there, where like I was saying, that the average temperature can be like 62, 64 degrees with no heat in there. So in the lung room, at least during the winter, I got a little oil lamp heater that I have, or oil heater.
Yeah, this AC that I have in here is also a heater too. So if it gets cold, like at nighttime, if I don't want it to go too cold during the nighttime, then I'll turn the dehu onto a controller. I mean the humidifier on a controller. That way it'll kick on and off. And then I turn this thing on heater. So every time the heater kicks on, it's going to want to drop the humidity. And as that starts to happen, the humidifier will kick on for a little while. And then when the heater kicks off, the humidifier will kick off, and then the AC infinity fan will extract a little bit of that too much humidity for a second, and then it'll just flow. That equipment will flow together, and it keeps it really relative, and it doesn't spike too much. It's taking a while to get it right, though.
Yeah, I try to set up my like a program so that once my lights go off, that my flower room doesn't drop so much. But every time I do that, I go down there and it's like 80, 82 at night. And I'm like, dude, how can I, like with the heater, it's like it always ends up like 3 degrees or 4 degrees warmer than what I want. So now I think I got it set at like 68 or 72 or something in that range. Like that's the minimum if the heater's got to kick on. But I don't know. I think there's like a 7 or 8 degree swing, and then the fucking heat kicks off, and then it waits so long, and then it kicks back on when it's in heater mode. It's silly.
Backstage. Yeah, that's the same. Like growing in the room is a whole different. It's not too much different than a tent, but there are different things that you need to pay attention to and try to tweak to get your environment right. That's
Just depends
different.
on how big your tent was. You know.
I guess if you're going on a 10 by 10 tent, you might have thought similarly as a room.
Right.
Yeah, I was lucky to say that word correctly. I've had a hard time my whole life saying that.
10 by 10?
I couldn't say it twice in a row. Similarly, and
Similarities.
all those I used to not be able to I couldn't say them correctly. It was like I had hooked on phonics when I was in 3rd grade to learn how to talk and write sentences. It was hard. But once I took it, then, you get smarter than everyone else all of a sudden.
I can remember when I was in the 1st grade and I was in the California school district, and I was taught this way to read. It was called IEU or something like that. And it's basically like what you're saying. It's reading phonetically, hooked on phonics. But they were supposed to teach you this for so long, and then they were supposed to teach you how to read the other way. And I can read, don't get me wrong, but there's like I am not great at spelling, of like thinking of how phonetics it like fucked me all up. There were certain, I just remember there was like certain rules when you read words, the magic E and da da da. But that was like fucking what, 40 something years ago. Probably more than that.
That's the thing about English is you can study in school how to understand it, but what really teaches you is reading a lot and conversating a lot with different types of people. So mainly like reading a lot of different material will make you understand, because there's so many rules that it's hard for you to remember. But if you read, you keep going over the same different styles of things, and you start to catch on without never being taught what's going on. You know what I mean? Just a lot of reading would help a lot. Oh yeah, everybody, if you don't want people knocking on your fucking door all fucking night, ringing your doorbell, make sure you turn off your front fucking light to your porch. You have kids banging left and right.
Go put the cattle shocker, hook that up to or put the fireplace heater, the coal starter on the doorknob, and let them touch my door. I dare you.
Just have a sign that shows someone throwing hot water on someone else, and then another sign that says, "I'm boiling water right now." Won't know what to think. Where the hell did the crop go? He's doing push-ups.
You better. He's packing the old lady's lunch and getting her off to work.
Yeah. Trying to get his apron tied together correctly.
Yeah, she's got to be to work by 2.
I was just letting you talk.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I ain't got shit.
You just chilling?
Really stoned.
I'm ready to smoke a joint, and I don't know. I gotta change clothes and head out here pretty soon.
I'm taking a nap.
I gotta make dinner.
Thinking about making coffee.
I already made. I'm on my second pot of that. Man, I can't wait to where I don't have no snow and I don't have to go to work. I can't wait.
Yeah. Have your days off. What are you going to do on your days off?
Yeah, then you're gonna be bored.
Probably go live more. I'll be live from the bud chamber.
There you go.
That's where I'm at right now. Literally. Surrounded, 100% surrounded by something to do with weed. I got sticky ass floor and fucking, I got stuff stuck all to me. And then there's weed everywhere right here. It's hanging up all over the ceilings around me. There's a humidifier running here and AC running here.
15 days.
I love it. Nice, relaxed time, you know.
My seedlings finally started to kick off that I've got. It seems like I lowered the light close enough and they went, oh, and they perked up. So, yeah.
Your seedlings did what?
I got some of that calf snake oil. I got that space lemon fuel or space fuel lemon, something like that. I got 4 of those and a couple other seeds started. We'll see what we get out of there.
Holy shit, I've been live for 4 hours.
See, I think I could go live more if it was during the day, but it's at nighttime, and then I get so tired. I'm like, oh, I gotta go to bed. Yeah, lemon space fuel. There you go. The LSF. I got 4 of those. Those popped up like right away.
They're fresh.
I did pop 2 of the seeds that my dad found in what I was the super boof that I had. He found some seeds in one of the tops that he took home, and he brought me like 6 or 7 seeds, and I took out 2 of the best ones, and I got one of them to pop. I don't know. I must have buried the other one too deep.
Maybe.
Did you know there's a way for you to prevent having HLVD transmitted through seeds?
Is that to
wash the seeds with a 10% solution of bleach? It's going to lower the germination rate slightly, but it's going to guarantee that it kills HLVD on the seed because the HLVD is actually on the coating of the seed. This came from Tulsi Saldeed, or Tasta Saldeed from Toomey Genomics. She's the PhD doctor there. I did a podcast with her. That's what she told us.
Did she, and I'm not trying to pick on her science, but did she say how long you had to soak them in a bleach solution, or you're just washing them, or like?
But I don't remember exactly what the time was. I think it was a quick,
just a quick douse and wiping, basically.
Yeah, something like that. But she said it will lower the seeds. Some of the seeds won't pop because of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not that I watched the whole thing, but I kind of went through it, and it was actually a paid promotion video. But that Rob from Cannabis TV, he just did a thing where you can send off cuts, and comes with these like little nipper vials, and it's like I don't know how much, but he said he got it back within like 6 days, and it told him that he was like virus free.
You know what it does?
Yeah.
So Kumi Genomics, the doctor, Tassa Saldid, she's actually one of the head doctors that helped with the COVID-19 vaccine. She's won a bunch of awards. Like, she's super underrated. Super underrated. She's done way more outside of cannabis that's really big than a lot of people have. She's a very smart person in the viroid space.
Did they? Has anybody ever done a study, or are they afraid to say that they actually think that one way or another that it might have been like man-induced, like somebody put that on a genetic to go into the market to destroy the home grow? I know that we're talking like some deep shit there, but that's what I've heard.
I already asked Matthew Gates, and he said that's not possible. He said because he just did this on one of our podcasts we did with him. He explained how you couldn't develop a disease that affects a bunch of plants and then figure out to make a cure, because their plants will change. They'll mutate and become different. And there's a lot of plants that won't even be affected by it. And all they'll do is make a more robust population that will be better. And he explained this on our podcast, the same question you're just saying. He literally was saying that it's for, on a virus standpoint, you couldn't make anything and impact all of cannabis. It's just not even possible to do on any level, is what he was saying.
Okay.
But I don't fucking know. I fucking know it all.
What's up, Nancy? Nancy, I apologize the other night. I was just tired. I had to go to bed, and then you walked right in right when I was like, hey, it's time to leave. Sorry, that's it. That's all. Hope you had a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm done. 4 hours is a lot.
Later.
Oh, Nancy,
You
guess
gonna
what?
do
I
it?
think Rob's going to do it.
Oh, it's because Hills is gonna go live, right?
No, I got shit to do. I gotta go give in this. I might later when I get back after I cook dinner.
It's Halloween.
Yeah, Halloweenie.
Yeah, come
No
back
batteries.
later. Come back later to Hills when he goes live, and make sure you're wearing your best costume.
There you go.
All right, guys. I'll talk to everybody later.
Thanks, Crop. Later, chat. I'll see you guys all later.
Cheers.
Okay.